Am I the only one who's not there?
That was just a good guess. Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Kennedy are also going to, Mr. Perez-Verdia and Ms. Kennedy are also going to be on the phone.
Hi, Kent Kohlhaas with Project Management Engineering.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Felix. This is Ron Haddon. I'm online also.
Hi, Mr. Haddon. Glad to have you. I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Travis, sorry, I know you're busy. Can you lead us in the pledge really quick? Thanks. Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, can you lead us in the land acknowledgement? I don't know if it's a lead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cooklet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Moving on to minutes of previous meetings. We do have some minutes to approve today. Madam Vice Chair?
Move to approve the minutes of November 5th, November 26th of 2019, December 3rd, 2019, December 10th, and 17th of 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any objection to approval of the minutes? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Then the minutes are approved. Thank you to the clerk's office for getting those minutes done. Looks like we're almost caught up. Moving on to Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to let you all know that things are
proceeding well with the emergency orders and that the number of cases has been low. And if we continue to exercise the same discipline that we expect, we will see a further relaxation in the near future. And I'm happy to entertain any questions should the Assembly have any.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I realize that this is a multi-step process. I believe the governor is supposed to be making an announcement now or shortly, and I was wondering if you could describe to us any communications you've had this week about actions the state is taking and whether we intend to follow in lockstep with them. Thank you.
Well, the governor and I have worked very well together on dealing with the pandemic response, and we're going to continue to do so. There's a recognition on both our parts that the conditions in Anchorage are different than the conditions throughout the rest of Alaska, and that sometimes the way to a common goal is maybe to take different paths. And I would say that while the state might be heading in one direction and we understand the direction they're heading, I'll wait to see what announcements they make, and I will make decisions in consultation with the epidemiologists and the public health experts accordingly.
Sure.
Mr. Chair. So, two follow-ups on that. If they enter a new phase starting, say, tomorrow or the next day, do we intend to move with similar alacrity? And then another sort of specific question. I have a lot of people asking me about large events, and I'm wondering if you could give us any sense of when, if at all this summer, large events, say concerts, for example, outside, might be permitted. Thank you.
Well, I cannot speak to the state's alacrity or speed in any other way. We are going to follow the data as we have done. The best information we have is that it requires at least 2 weeks between phases to acquire the requisite amount of data to make a decision about whether to move forward, and 2 weeks is an accelerated time frame. So our decisions are going to follow the practices that we've had in the past. It's going to follow the data that is available to us, and we will act accordingly. As for large gatherings, I can't foresee any large gatherings in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm kind of curious about the timelines, Mr. Mayor, and the original phased plan we put out. It had us going 28 days and then longer before phase 3, and we seem to have shortened those timelines. Can you talk a little bit about why we diverted so much from the original plan we put out with Safe Anchorage from those initial timelines as we were proposed to move between phases?
So our initial phase in the hunker down period was for a protracted period of time. The moving between phases subsequently has been based on the data. And I recognize that there was, that people looked at the number of days, but it's really the amount of information you have, and there's no definitive factor in the equation as to move forward. And when we continue to see the low number of cases, when we're green-lit on the amount of public health capacity as well as hospital capacity, we, based on the data available to us and based on the advice of experts, felt comfortable moving from one phase to the next.
Sure.
So the original timelines put out should be disregarded, and you guys are just moving forward by the same metrics, but the original phases was 28 days, and then I believe it was 30-plus days to go from in easing. We were going to wait 28 days before we moved. Because I'm having constituents who are confused because they were working off of the original published plan, and so I'm just wanting to make sure I can tell them why we're doing something different.
I can comment on that if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Sure. So the 14, 28, and 42 days are basically cumulative incubation periods, and they started from the beginning. So we have been pretty close to on par with those. It wasn't 14 days from the first one and then 28 days from the beginning of that first process. It's really over time. So when we're looking at the data, we're seeing a trending down for well over 40 days at this time.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having the advantage of calling in from home, I'm able to watch the 5 o'clock news at the same time. And the governor did just announce that he is combining Phase 3 and Phase 4. And as of 8 a.m. on Friday morning, everything in the state, everything will be open completely, just like it was before any of this started. So I guess my question would be, this obviously can cause a significant conflict with the restrictions and regulations that we have within the municipality versus the rest of the state. And yes, you can say that as a community we're different than the state as a whole, but the problem is the conflict is still there, the confusion is still there. So not to put you on the spot, Mr. Mayor, but you may have another couple days to maybe rethink some of that and figure out how we really do keep the peace in this community and allow people to work through what the governor is saying versus the potential of conflict with all of these restrictions that the municipality may not be willing to lift at this point. But anyway, the governor has just stated that he's opening up everything as of Friday morning, so no restrictions. So anyway, just thought I'd drop that into the mix. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Kennedy. Everything is already open. So I think there's a statement about just a reiteration of the conditions that currently exist. And so I don't know is the opening of more when you're already completely open is anything significant. So people might look at that as being different, but it is really the same.
Thank you. Mr. Buckhead?
Yes, and if I can just add that there are still a significant number of restrictions that will be in place even under the state. And just to name a few of them, the 14-day interstate and international quarantine is still in place until at least June 2nd. The visitor restrictions at senior centers, prisons, and institutions is still in place. Local communities may have stricter health restrictions if they deem it necessary. Health mandates 15, which are the elective medical and dental, 17, commercial fishing, and 18, intra-state travel remain in effect post-Friday. Large gatherings and festivals should consult with public health officials before scheduling. And the disaster declaration for the state remains in place as well. So there are some significant restrictions that will still be in place post-Friday at 8 a.m.
And sorry, Ms. Kennedy, I think I interrupted you. Did you have anything further?
Yeah. My understanding is that there would be no restrictions on restaurant size of customers. There would be no restrictions on churches in terms of how many members they have in their church and who's going to the church service. So those are the kinds of things that could be, that right now are conflicts for us. So those are the kinds of things that I think people are going to want clarification on to make sure that we absolutely match what the state is allowing. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to Assembly Chair's report. So a few things. So first, by now, members of the public and my colleagues have realized that the agenda looks different. The new agenda as approved in AO 2020-30S as amended has now gone into effect. For the first 4 meetings as we transition to this new agenda, I'm going to describe the changes in the agenda for the benefit of the public and the members. So first, we did this one already. Immediately after the Pledge of Allegiance, item 3 on our agenda, we will have a land acknowledgement. Item 7, which we are going to next, has been updated to include committee and liaison reports. The new item 9 on our agenda is our appearance requests and initial audience participation, which will begin no earlier than 5:15 and end at 6 p.m. The new item 10 on our agenda is the consent agenda. Of note, within the consent agenda is new agenda item 10E, which are appropriation items that no longer have a public hearing as approved in AO 2020-29. Items 11, 13, and 14 on the agenda remain the same, with minor edits in items 11 and 13 to update the language to, quote, unfinished, quote, business. The new item 15 on our agenda will be the home for all of our quasi-judicial items, with marijuana and alcohol licensing being the most common items we take up in this section. The new item 16 will be the final audience participation section of our agenda, and the rest of the agenda stays in the same order but is numbered differently. Thanks. That's it for the new agenda in a nutshell. A couple other things. So first, the Assembly is working closely with the Mayor on the municipality's plans to reopen public facilities and buildings, including the libraries. With these openings set to occur in the coming weeks, we are currently planning to reopen our regular Assembly meetings to physical attendance of the public by the meeting of Tuesday, June 2nd. We are seeing with other facilities throughout the municipality, reopening Assembly meetings to the public will have certain protocols in place, which we will clearly communicate to the public in advance to ensure a smooth transition. Thanks to everyone for your patience, and we look forward to welcoming you back very soon. Two more things. So first, on Thursday, we will begin the series of substantive meetings to help inform our COVID-19 response. I hope everyone can attend those series of meetings. Last, on the 2020 census, just a couple updates in our response rate. So Anchorage currently has a response rate of 58.3%. So we're doing pretty well. Juneau, though, is still doing better. They are at 59.4%. So we have a little bit of work to catch up to Juneau. And then lastly, a correction to a statement I made at the last Assembly meeting around the 2020 census, where I stated that a lot of other communities would be having door-to-door activities. It turns out that Girdwood was one of those communities, but otherwise we should not be seeing any other door-to-door activities for the 2020 census within the Bowl or the Eagle River Chugach area. That is it for me. So moving on to committee and liaison reports, I'm going to start on this side with Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Homelessness will meet tomorrow from 11 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. Via Microsoft Teams. We have a rather robust agenda. We are going to talk about summer camp abatement and cleanup, utilization of the mass shelter, outreach efforts, and the shelter plan as the mass shelter demobilizes. We'll also talk about CARES Act funding, and we'll preview the process the committee will utilize with regards to the alcohol tax. If you are interested in joining us tomorrow, you can go to muni.org, Assembly, click on the committees link on the left-hand side, and then the Committee on Homelessness, and you'll find the agenda and the call-in information. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No updates, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No updates.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Ethics and Elections Committee will be meeting on Wednesday, May 27th at 11 a.m. We've moved that back from the normal noon starting time to 11 a.m. This will be a Teams meeting. Also, the Alaska Municipal League had our board meeting last Monday and Tuesday. We did this via Zoom, and we were working on putting a budget together for next year, and we're talking about the COVID-19 response. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. The Community and Economic Development Committee met last Thursday on May 14th, and we discussed a number of the marijuana licenses that we will be getting to at the end of our meeting. We'll have another meeting on May 28th, The agenda should be out soon. The AMATS policy, the MTP Metropolitan Transportation Plan for 2040. The comment response summary will be out early June, and that is a response of over 500 comments, which is really substantial. So it shows a tremendous amount of interest in, a very important document. So that is moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. LaFrance and I will hold a Health Policy Committee meeting on June 3rd from 10 to 11 a.m. We're still sorting out, I think, in general, as a body, our plans for June and how we'll hold meetings. So I'm not sure at this moment if it will be by Teams or in person, but we will keep everyone posted. And of course, you can always follow along on the Muni site, as Ms. Salatel mentioned, to find out how to participate. We'll be spending the whole time, we might do a short HD update, but we'll be spending the bulk of the time talking about the alcohol tax and in particular how to potentially allocate, hearing from experts on how to potentially allocate the monies related to both the second and part of the third bucket of the alcohol tax revenue. And by second bucket, I mean domestic violence, child abuse, sexual assault, and prevention programs surrounding those ailments. And then we'll also talk about treatment a bit. So again, June 3rd, 10 to 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Budget and Finance Committee of the Whole met last week, and we were briefed by OMB and Finance and IT. OMB went over the budget schedule, the number of meetings to happen, as you all know, before it's introduced on October 2nd is the note I have. We're going to be kicking it off on the Assembly side with a discussion of our Assembly budget priorities at the May 29th Rules Committee meeting, a brainstorming session, and then the discussion will move into committees to focus on the priorities that we agreed upon last year when we arrived at a document containing strategic priorities for 2019 to 2021. Also, we'll note concerning revenue, we did not get a revenue update yet, but expect to have one, a status report in late June, and a number of members have expressed questions and concerns about the impact of COVID-19 on revenue, so we will be following that closely in the committee. And then finally, we had an update by the Budget Advisory Commission Chair, Nolan Clauda, and the Commission will be providing recommendations to the Assembly concerning C-19 relief funds, and they will also be weighing in on alcohol tax revenue as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This Thursday, it's May 21st, 11 a.m., the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee will be meeting for briefing from the administration on progress at the Port of Alaska and status of future initiatives. So that's what you can look forward to.
Thank you.
Teams meeting.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My co-chair for Community and Economic Development gave you the bigger part of things. The only thing that I would add is that there is a small working group that's going to work from that committee on closure processes of marijuana establishments, but nothing's been scheduled as of yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no report, although something just occurred to me. The census is counting how many people are in each community. So how do they know exactly what percentage have already responded?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I don't know the math behind that. That would be a good question for census folks, and I don't see any in the room. But I can definitely get back to you on that.
I'm just saying, maybe our population is shrunk and actually our percentage is much better. Who knows?
Maybe.
All right, thank you.
So moving on in our agenda to the addendum, and before we actually get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to implement our new late on the table procedure. Okay, so we have a new procedure for late on the table items based on AO 2020-030S as amended, which we are implementing this meeting. So we have, I think it's maybe more than 7, but a number of late on the table items for this agenda. The new rules for late on the table code does not apply to AOs, which can be introduced at any time. and supplemental materials which relate to an item already included on the agenda. So we have a couple of those tonight. We have 10B1, Resolution Number AR 2020-168S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the Mayor's proclamation of emergency COVID-19 and the Mayor's orders and regulations issued thereunder. And 15D2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 74-2020, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for LBS LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M13614, doing business as LBS LLC, and located at 200 West 68th Avenue, Unit A2.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
So both of those items appear to me to be relating to other items that are currently on the agenda. And so did we actually create an ordinance that would restrict the ability to add an item?
No. So as I was saying, so these are supplemental materials, and these do not require.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're exempt from the 2/3. So the new code does apply to the other 5 items. So here's what the code says. Quote, upon an affirmative vote of at least 8 members, the Assembly may take action on these items only under circumstances that require immediate Assembly action, such as financial necessity, natural disasters, or when time is of the essence for Assembly action on an item. This, if it isn't already, it'll be printed out for each of your stations or your binders for reference as we go through these items. So here's the procedure we're going to follow for each of these items. I will read them into the record, recognize the sponsor, and the sponsor will move to lay the item on the table. There must be a second, and then the sponsor will be asked to state why the item needs the criteria, why the item meets the criteria in the code. If the sponsor is the administration, the vice chair will make the motion, and the administration will explain how this fits the criteria in the code. After discussion, the body will vote. The vote must be 2/3 or 8 members in favor to lay the item on the table. If the item gets 8 votes, then the item will be incorporated in the agenda when we vote on the motion to incorporate. The motion to incorporate will immediately follow this process. If there are not 8 votes, the item dies and can be resubmitted for the next agenda. Any questions before we get started? Confusing enough? Cool. All right. So, first item we have, other than the 2 that I just read, that we don't need to worry about those. So 10A5, resolution number AR 2020-115, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Fred Dyson for his public service, and especially his service on the Anchorage Assembly from 1985 to 1988, 1989 to 1991, and 2017 to 2020. And we are all sponsors on that, along with Mayor Berkowitz. So anyone has the ability to move and second this?
I move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, do you want to give the rationale?
Sure. This has to happen tonight because Mr. Dyson is here, and we weren't able to put this on the addendum or even further in advance of that because we wanted to surprise him.
Okay, any discussion before we take the vote? Okay, seeing no discussion, then members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Okay, so that, I don't really know what the name of that would be. That's not approved, but it's approved to go, yeah, it's laid on the table. There we go, thank you. So that item is now laid on the table. So that's going to be the same process for all of these. So next one, 10A6, resolution number AR 2020-176, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating May 31st, 2020 as Pacific Island Culture Day in Anchorage. All of us are listed sponsors as well as the mayor. Who would like to move and second?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Chair, the purpose is that this, recognizing this day is May 31st, 2020, and our next meeting is until June the 2nd.
Okay, any discussion on that? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to point out that we could theoretically pass that on the 2nd and have honored that that day just passed. So just want to remind people, you know, I won't oppose it and I support it in concept, but I want to remind people the idea is to not get things last minute. And I know none of us did this, but just FYI.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
All right. That is approved, laid on the table by a vote of 11-0. Now we have next item 10F8, Information Memorandum Number AIM 75-2020, reports from the administration, mayor regarding any emergency measures taken under the proclamation of emergency COVID-19, extended by Assembly Resolution AR 2020-85 as amended. I'm going to ask the vice chair.
Move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So this item I would consider as a timely item. We get these reports every Sunday, and I think it's important for us to accept them, and so the public is fully aware. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the clerk or perhaps for yourself. Is this motion the kind of thing for which it is appropriate to ask for unanimous consent?
We did have a discussion on this, and we did decide that rather than unanimous consent, it makes more sense for us to vote on each of these items.
Okay. I would express that I take the contrary view, and I think we could do this by unanimous consent. I understand that you had a discussion, but that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
I would join him because if the item is unanimous, it should just be allowed to flow.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We will take that into consideration and have further discussions on it. I think, I won't go into it anymore today, but thank you both for expressing your opinions on that. So let's go ahead and do a vote on this item.
Ms. Kennedy?
Madam Clerk, can you tell me what the item number is on this? And I'm sorry, it's hard to follow where all the laid on the table items are on the email trend, so thank you.
It's 10B1, the mayor's proclamation of emergency, and it's the report.
Oh, no, we're on 10F8.
Oh, I'm on the wrong one.
Yeah, 10. It's, Ms. Kennedy, it is item 10F8.
Oh, this one was a substitute. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Just let me catch up with you then, please. Go back to my motion.
Thank you for the clarification. If you're ready, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
And Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Okay, so that gets, oh, we missed someone. Okay, so that gets laid on the table. Next, we have 10F9, Information Memorandum Number AIM 72-2020, Public Testimony. Madam Vice Chair?
I move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. LaFrance.
Yes, Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So this is the public testimony that we received in that testimony email for the various items today, and I think it's traditional for us to try to add as many of those onto the record the day of the meeting.
Mr. Chair, just a quick point of order again.
Sure.
To add to what was previously stated, this item is another one. If we don't have a category for items that just should find their way onto the agenda, we should come up with one, because it's just a burden to add more layers to the process when we all would recognize this testimony. We asked for this testimony because we can't have it in the room. So hopefully we can find a way to streamline that.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
All right, so that gets laid on the table by a vote of 11-0. 2 more items, and then I guess hopefully, I'll just add this caveat, I hope we see less laid on the table items in the future. So, this is an unnumbered AM recommendation of award to Granite Construction for Northern Lights Boulevard emergency repair for the municipality of Anchorage, Project Management and Engineering Department. Madam Vice Chair?
Move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. If I could have the administration explain on this one.
Through the chair, this is Lance Wilbur, OMB Director. I'll start. This is a project that we talked about. This is one of the key projects that we added to the capital improvement program. This is the section of Northern Lights Boulevard just east of Lake Otis that we have some culverts that are failing. We'd like to keep our construction schedule on track, and we would appreciate your accommodation if we could lay this item on the table and then stay on schedule with our project. So we'd appreciate your support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you also tell me, is there an agenda item number on this one?
It is not numbered. It is an unnumbered AM, and I don't know if this was actually emailed to everyone. It was. Okay, so I'm being told that this was emailed to everyone.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Okay, so that item is laid on the table by 11-0. All right, this last one's a little different. So this is a laid on the table ordinance for introduction. And so this one just simply requires the first, second, and third. So this is an unnumbered AO, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Table 21.09-2, Table of Allowed Uses to allow food and beverage kiosk in the GC-10 Girdwood Upper Alyeska Highway Commercial District, and waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
Okay, so there was a mover, second, and third. And that's it, because there's no discussion on introduction. Okay, so that is it for...
Are we actually just laying it on the table and then it will be introduced through the consent agenda through being on it?
Oh, yeah, so... Yes. Yeah, but we don't need to... So that's all that happens with that item. We don't need to do anything else with that.
Did we need to set a date for the public hearing, or was it just assumed to be at our next meeting? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
No, you could say that.
Yeah, so I guess it is up to the sponsor. So what was the intent? If the sponsor could put it in the record?
At the next meeting.
At the next meeting? Okay. Thank you. All right, so that is it. So moving on in our agenda to now back regular business. So Madam Vice Chair.
Move to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table items as printed, distributed, and read by you.
Second.
Thanks. Oh, man. Okay, so moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Okay, seeing none, then those items are incorporated. Thanks everyone for bearing with us as we do the first trial run of that process. We'll continue to refine, and again, I'll repeat, the shorter that the late on the table list is, the better for all of us. Okay, so moving on to appearance requests and initial audience participation. We do not have anyone for this, so we can go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. So consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information or reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedures, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I'm going to go ahead and go down the dais on this side, see what folks want to pull. I'll start with you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 9A2 and 9A4.
Thank you. Ms.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now it's 10.
Okay.
So,
Got it.
10A2 and 10A4.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to take us all a little bit to get used to it. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have quite a list here. 10D1, that's Delta 1, 10 Delta 3, 10 Delta 5, 10 Delta 10, 10 F3, and 10 F7. Wow. 10 F8. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Short list. Mr. Constant.
Well, since she made that list, oh no, I have no items, thank you.
Okay, no items. All right, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One item to pull for reading, 10A1.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
10A5.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to pull, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
No, nothing to pull. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No items, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go through this list. I have 10A1, 2, 4, and 5. I have 10D1, 3, 5, and 10. And I have 10F3, 7, and 8. Were there any other items? Okay, seeing none, Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any opposition? Okay. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and just take a quick second.
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt for a minute, please?
Sure.
Can I go ahead and pull 10B1A? I'm sorry, I thought when we laid it on the table it was already there, but can we please do that? I apologize.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. All right. Okay, so the additional item is item 10B1A. Yeah, I think it is an A version. Okay, thank you. So does the mover and the second agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Peterson? Okay. All right. So any opposition to that? Okay. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you are here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through all of those items. We'll start with item 10A1. Who's reading? Excuse me. AR number 2020-161, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and celebrating the culture, traditions, contributions, and history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in America. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Zolotel and Constant. Any opposition? Okay, seeing none. Then that is passed unanimously. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
Mr. Chair, I am reading. AR number 2020-161, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and celebrating the culture, traditions, contributions, and history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in America. Whereas there are more than 20 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States, Anchorage is home to more than 38,000 citizens who trace their roots to Asia and Pacific Islands, one of the largest cultural populations found in Alaska. And whereas the Asian and Pacific Islander American community constitutes a vital part of Anchorage's diverse ethnic and social fabric, and whose languages, cultures, and religious beliefs have enriched neighborhoods in all parts of the city, and whereas Asian and Pacific Islander Americans' love of family, community, and hard work have supported the founding principles of our city, and Asian and Pacific Islander American entrepreneurs strengthen our economy and community through dedication and ingenuity, and whereas Anchorage, through dialogue with representatives from all major Asian and Pacific Islander American communities, continues to address the needs and concerns of its citizens and remains committed to a proactive stance that seeks solutions to problems such as prejudice, discrimination, unemployment, illiteracy, homelessness, and violence. And whereas Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides an opportunity to promote the study of Asian American Pacific Islander history and culture, instill the importance of education, history, and ethnicity in creating role models, establish a proud cultural identity, and produce exceptional citizens of this city. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who have made an important contribution to Alaska include State Senator Scott Kawasaki, the first and only Asian American to serve in the State Senate, past Representative Thelma Buchold, the first Asian American to serve in the State House of Representatives, past Council Member and Deputy Mayor Jesse B. Bikocho, City of Kodiak, Dr. Anthony Nakazawa, Professor of Extension, Emeritus, University of Alaska Fairbanks, and for those who have served and currently serving as first responders in our communities, and those who have served and currently serving in our armed forces, we are remarkably grateful. And whereas Anchorage is home to one of the largest Asian American Pacific Islander populations found in Alaska. Now, therefore, in recognition of the many contributions and achievements of our city's Asian and Pacific Islander Americans, the Anchorage Assembly do hereby proclaim May 2020 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of May 2020.
Welcome.
Thank you, my few words. Honorable Assembly members and Honorable City Mayor. I know during this time of pandemic, there's so many things, there's so many work that needs to be done, but we are so grateful, for the recognition of the month of May as Asian Pacific Heritage Month. We just want to tell you and assure you that the API community is one with you in addressing the issues, from the things, from all the different kind of things that we do to support the city in our fight, for this pandemic, from providing PPEs, disseminating information, and just following simply the rules. So again, I don't want to belabor you further, but thank you, and we are your allies in this fight against the coronavirus pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we now have before us item 10A2, AR number 2020-170, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Daniel Esparza on the occasion of his retirement from Unite Here Local 878. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Any opposition? Okay. Seeing none, who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading.
Okay. Okay, great.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Daniel Esparza on the occasion of his retirement from Unite Here Local 878. Whereas Daniel Esparza was born in 1952 in Monte Escobedo, Zacatecas, Mexico. He's the second youngest of 5 siblings. And whereas after his mother passed away when he was 3 years old, Daniel went to live with his aunt and uncle, who raised him until he was a teenager. And whereas in 1975, Daniel left law school to come to Alaska, where his eldest brother was managing a Mexican restaurant. And whereas Daniel spent time cleaning apartments and office buildings before becoming a dishwasher at many different restaurants throughout Anchorage. It was in these restaurants that Daniel learned to cook, eventually taking these skills and becoming a cook in towns throughout the state, including Bethel and Nome. And whereas in 1984, Daniel returned to Mexico to marry Juanita Esma, a teacher in his hometown. Daniel and Juanita settled back in Anchorage, where Daniel was a chef at the pantry in the Hotel Captain Cook and became a United States citizen in 1988. Daniel and Juanita have 2 sons, Daniel and Louis, 1 grandson, and 4 granddaughters. And whereas in 2000, Daniel started working as a full-time union representative at Unite Here Local 878. In 2013, he was named vice president, a position he held until his retirement in April of 2020. And whereas Daniel is known throughout the union, the Latino community, and the state of Alaska, particularly East Anchorage, for his tireless work and selfless nature. He constantly gives up his time and has worked with food banks, organized Little League teams, and Pop Warner football, volunteered with Our Lady of Guadalupe Parish, and helped form Sol de Medianoche, Anchorage's first Hispanic newspaper. And whereas Daniel takes pride in where he's gotten in life, acknowledging both his own hard work and the aid of others, and is always willing to do what he can do to help his fellow Alaskans. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly congratulates Daniel Esparza on his retirement and thanks him for the tremendous work he has done and continues to do for our community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of May, 2020.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, everybody. This really was a surprise for me. My son Danny invited me to come with him because he will probably receive a ordinance for him. And soon we walk in and say, that's for you, Dad. So, wow. At my age, this is very hard for me because I almost got a heart attack when I heard this. So, no, thank you very much. And very well described my life here in Alaska and United States. And my heart is here. I lived most of my life here in Alaska. Nowhere else in the United States, just Alaska. I consider myself an Alaskan, and I will keep an eye on you guys to do things for the community, definitely. And thank you, everybody, the mayor and every one of you for this. And I will enjoy my retirement here. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. So we now have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2020-175, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the work of Alaska mask makers and other mask making collectives active in the state of Alaska and the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Any opposition?
Could we wait just a minute? They're not here, but they're outside.
Okay.
Yep, let me just go make sure they get in.
I thought that's weird. They had sent me Madam Clerk, were we not able to get them inside? They told me that they were here.
Yes, I believe security was checking to see if they were there. Is it possible they're at a different door?
I suppose. Oh, is that them there?
Okay, great.
All right.
All right, so we were in the middle of our vote. Any opposition? Okay, seeing none, and then that is approved unanimously. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I will be reading, and I believe Ms. Zolotel will be presenting.
Fantastic.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the work of Alaska mask makers and other mask-making collectives active in the state of Alaska and the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Alaska has been impacted by the spread of the novel coronavirus 2019 and the national shortages of personal protective equipment in hospitals and local communities. And whereas, in response to the state's shortage of personal protective equipment such as masks, Alaska mask makers and other mask-making collectives active across the state took initiative in mass-producing cloth face mask coverings compliant with the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's official recommendations. And whereas, since March of 2020, Alaska Mask Makers has recruited 4,900 volunteers to make and distribute over 40,000 masks throughout the state of Alaska. And whereas, these thousands of volunteers have given their time, energy, and resources with no expectation of financial return or personal gain and represent the best of the Alaskan spirit. And whereas widespread use of cloth face coverings like masks has been shown to slow the spread of the novel coronavirus, particularly from asymptomatic individuals. And whereas with the increased availability of masks produced and distributed by these mask-making collectives, Alaskan communities are more prepared to combat the effects of COVID-19. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Alaska mask makers and other mask-making collectives active in the state of Alaska for their outstanding and selfless service to healthcare providers, other essential workers, and local communities across the state. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of May, 2020.
Welcome.
Thank you to the Anchorage Assembly and for the municipality of Anchorage for moving safely forward. I just wanted to take a moment to honor the lives that have been lost due to COVID-19. Alaska Mask Makers will continue helping and will do all that we can to continue moving our state forward in a healthy way. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So just so everybody knows, several weeks ago, I came with a couple bags of masks, and they were provided to the membership when we first started getting to work. These are the folks who made those masks for you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Moving on, the next item before us is item 10A5, a resolution number AR 2020-115, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Fred Dyson for his public service and especially his service on the Anchorage Assembly from 1985 to 1988, 1989 to 1991, and 2017 to 2020. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Yeah. Usually
Second.
they're pretty good about moving it. Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Okay. Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
Weddleton reads.
And I'm presenting, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and wait until he gets in here, Mr. Weddleton. Oh, yeah.
Here they come.
He's already coming in, so.
I'll make it work.
Okay.
found somebody much more interesting to talk to out in the lobby.
That's right, it was on this. All these things on here.
I'll start now. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Fred Dyson for his public service and especially his service on the Anchorage Assembly from 1985 to 1988, 1989 to 1991, and 2017 through 2020. Whereas Fred Dyson moved to Alaska in 1964 and has resided in Eagle River since the 1970s. Mr. Dyson was first elected to the Anchorage Assembly more than 35 years ago and most recently served a third term from 2017 to 2020. And whereas Fred is no stranger to calloused hands, while earning his degree in mechanical engineering, he was a member of the University of Washington rowing team and held physically demanding jobs as a truck driver, equipment operator, and powerline construction groundman. In addition to working for the oil industry for over a decade, he has spent many professional years in the wastewater and heating sector, as well as commercial fishing. And whereas community service is very important to Fred, as is evidenced by the many councils and boards he has served, his time on the Anchorage Assembly, and as a member of the Alaska House and Senate. And whereas Fred inspires us all when he invites us to sit back for a moment as he shares a bit of history along with the wisdom he has gained over the years. His colleagues, the Assembly staff, and the municipal administration appreciate his intelligence, collegiate nature, and good humor. And whereas when Fred speaks about the issues he's most passionate about, such as protection for abused women and children and fighting sexual assault, he quiets the room. And whereas Fred is known for enjoying a McDonald's milkshake during Tuesday night Assembly meetings, and for sometimes leaving the meeting early to get his beauty sleep. And whereas Fred has brought levity to many a legislative debate with his quick-witted one-liners, including, "It's naive to think people will make decisions based on facts, logic, or economics." I've run out of polite vocabulary. The disgusting thing about my critics is how often they're right. This item is not perfect, but it is, as my wife says about me, better than nothing. I don't speak acronyms well. Use words we all understand. I used to race cars, quite unsuccessfully, I might add. I heard that the first 2 times you said it. He and his wife, Jane, have 3 children, 7 grandchildren, and have fostered many children over the years. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Fred Dyson for his public service and thanks him for his contributions to District 2 community, which includes Eagle River, Chugiak, Birchwood, Eklutna, Jay Bear, North Muldoon, and to the municipality of Anchorage as a whole. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of May, 2020.
Thank you, and I appreciate this. Auden says she was going to, if I didn't run again, she was going to run a write-in campaign, and I asked her why, and she said it was because I was so funny. I hope that doesn't sum up my entire public service, but I first served in the Assembly and sat in that seat back in 85 or 86, and it was startling and charming and fun to come back and do it again. I didn't expect it was going to take 3 years. I thought it was just a 1-year hitch and then somebody else would replace me, but I've enjoyed it, and I've enjoyed getting to know some of you. The one of you that I feel the closest to is Chris, and believe it or not, perhaps a surprising friendship, but he's the one guy here that has the passion for people that are hurting and out on the margins that I really appreciate, and I think that's true of you, Meg, and keep it up. We've seen these rooms get filled with people who care about issues, but very few have come here for the victims in our society. And it's a grand tragedy that we lead the nation by a factor of 4 in child abuse and child sexual abuse, and domestic violence and rape. It's a factor of 2 or 3. Our country incarcerates people the highest of any country in the West, and we in Alaska incarcerate people more than any other state. And still we have these unbelievably disgusting, embarrassing, and terrible tragedies going on. Jamie, you said when we met that you would take up that banner, and I hope time proves that. We've seen the room filled here with people who care about flowers and poop parks for dogs, but we've never seen it filled here with people that care about the tragedy of child abuse, child sexual abuse, domestic violence, and rape in our state. And I do not understand a priority system that doesn't bump those things to the top. I guess, I don't know if that's my engineer's mind or a keen sense how incredibly precious each individual person is, and the damage that those kinds of activities can bring to them. And those are lifelong sentences. And people, and some of you, I'm sure, are living courageously with those wounds. And anyways, I encourage you all to bump your priorities and never lose sight of those things that are most important. C.S. Lewis says, "You never met an ordinary person." From my perspective, and some of us here, with our faith perspective, that every individual, from the least to the most important, however you measure them, has intrinsic internal value and needs to be cherished and well looked after. And I just encourage you to always remember the faith tradition I'm a part of, some of you, says that the least of these are the most important. We are supposed to stand up for those who don't have a voice and to rescue the perishing. And you have a chance in the seats we are sitting in, and you who make decisions, to have an impact on that world. And I commend it to you. On a lighter note, I've noticed in my years, people think I'm bright, tough, courageous, but I have spent my life dealing with fear because of bullying and all that kind of thing that happened to me as a kid, and I struggle to stand up against the tide and stand against what is politically correct or popular at the moment. And I'm sure some of you are human enough to have those same issues, so I brought some help for you. Here's masks of mine when I ran for my first office here, and I'll give them to you. And if you have a tough vote, put this up in front of you, and people will think that you voted, that I voted. And in our community, where Jamie and Crystal live, for years people wore these when they were going trick-or-treating, knowing that I couldn't claim. Anyways, those of you who are here and I got to serve with, thanks for your patience and putting up with me. And I'm sure I tried your patience, and I apologize for that. But please don't forget the little ones and the victims in our culture. Thank you all.
I don't think you can walk away yet, sir.
Thank you. We're probably going to have some comments for you, Fred. I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Constant.
Fred, thank you so much for the kind of education and caring. You have spent, as has been noted, a lifetime in service here, but for the last 3 years, you've worked really hard for this city, and you have brought a gravitas and a value of perspective that I learned greatly from, and I will bring with me now as far as I'm able to walk in this life. And so I just express my gratitude to you for being a teacher and being a friend in this work. I'm grateful.
I don't want to lose touch with you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I first got the opportunity to serve with Senator Dyson when we were in the legislature, and I first met him in 2009. Always appreciated his approach to public service and his self-depreciating sense of humor, of course. I also appreciated his history of helping young people and those that have had less than a perfect family circumstances and upbringings. And you're going to be greatly missed, Fred, whether you believe it or not. Here's to you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Fred, thank you so much for coming tonight. And the story I've told a couple of times, but not recently. When I first got back to Alaska from law school, I worked on a project with the Office of Public Advocacy, and it was a project to study and then hopefully find a sponsor for a bill that reduced certain low-level drug felonies from felonies to misdemeanors. And much to our surprise, the person who ended up carrying that bill was then Senator Fred Dyson, and we had never met before. And so my perception of him was that he was this very conservative person from Eagle River Chugiak who would never support something like this. But I ended up meeting the senator and his then chief of staff, Chuck Kopp, whom we both have a lot of respect for. And I was struck and impressed by the genuineness of Senator Dyson and how we reached the same conclusions coming from totally different directions, where I was sort of looking at the economics of it and the I think, sort of lunacy of some of our criminal justice policy, whereas Senator Dyson, to me, seemed to be coming from a place of genuine Christian conservatism. That is, he had a Christian belief in the redemption of human beings, which I had not encountered in public life before. And I tremendously respected it. And I respected the fact that I don't think he is ever, at least not in my experience on this body, and during my time seeing him there, I don't see him take calculated political votes. It seems like every vote he takes is based on a deeply held belief and a belief structure that is, again, sometimes very different than mine, but reaches certain conclusions about our need to help the least, the last, and the lost in our society. And so I want to say thank you, Fred, for being that really shining light for people like us that are trying to live up to that and to bring forward a sense of the public good. So thank you again for the education you provided me then and during the course of the last 3 years. And God bless you and enjoy your golden years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Well, you're looking pretty good for a troglodyte. You know, I've known you like a quarter century, which is a long time for both of us. And I was thinking back to when we were freshmen together in the legislature. And there was a vote about bestowing some kind of benefit to people. And you sent me a note about Davy Crockett, who I believe you knew personally, who, while he was in Congress, voted against special emoluments for veterans. And that has stuck with me, because I think that characterizes the way you view public service, is that you have to stand up for the principles that you believe in. And I have never known you to shy away from doing that. I have never known you to shy away from protecting even people who disagreed with you because you believe in the process. And Fred, one of the things that is the most meaningful to me about the time that we've served together in public office is that you bring the heart of a servant with you to what you do. And I hope that that compassion, that service is something that will affect all of us who are sitting up here today, because it led you from being a colleague to being a friend. And I thank you for the memories, and I thank you for the lessons that you taught me.
Thank you. And I want to say that the confidence and affection, if you will, that Ethan and I share is very mutual. And I remember Mark Begich and Tony Knowles. People would ask him, "How can you work with that damn Dyson?" And we work together fine because we work together on issues and we could fight like dogs and cats on something. Two things that disappointed me during my three years with you all is that was difficult it was to get people to work together. And Felix, you made really an effort to do some more of that, and I appreciate it. But when it came to the sales tax thing, I kept saying, "Hey, I'm working on something. Let's talk about it," and so on. And it never happened, and I never understood why. And I asked my predecessor, Bill Starr, and also Amy Dembowski, "What's it like working with Ethan?" Because I expected it to be good. And Bill said, "He's the easiest mayor to work with I've ever had." And he said, and so is the administration. And that's been my experience with it. And I just encourage you all to don't just live in your little isolated world. Go and talk to the responsible people on the staff. Ethan and his team have never tried to keep me from talking to somebody, and they're easy to work with. And it was surprising to me, and frankly disappointing, that many of you, when you were working on an issue or an item, never went to them and said, "What do you think? Or you guys got any input on this?" And I just commend it to you. That's the way I think teams should be. And that's how I think we move the ball down the ball field. Pardon me for preaching.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Mr. Dyson, when we first had coffee during my assembly race, you said to me, "I've been following you, and you're not half bad." So I appreciate your comments. But we did have serious conversation, and your support and your endorsement was just everything I could have hoped for. And I promise you, I'll work with the domestic violence.
All right, you see my tie?
But it's been a pleasure so far working with the body here, and you are correct. Everybody has been welcoming and just completely awesome, but Chris Constant will probably become my bestie. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dyson, Brad, I'm sorry I couldn't be there today, but I'm telling you, this allergy business right now is not fun. But I can't thank you enough for not only what you meant to me, but what you've meant to our whole community for such a long time. I remember, it was about 20 years ago when I think we first met, well, not first met, but we first sat down and had those serious conversations. And I was just kind of terrified of doing that, of actually sitting in your daunting presence and having any kind of a cohesive or coherent conversation with you, but I did, and you're a bit of a legend in Chugach Eagle River, and there's good reason for that. But I will say that what I've come to really appreciate is the fact that I know that if I need a pep talk, you're the one to go to. Those pep talks help put people back on track. A lot of us have had the benefit of that. But you have the ability to put people back on track and help us to really get focused on what's really important in life. And there's always been great wisdom in that, not to mention great stories. You have quite a history of just practical experience that it's like listening to parables in the Bible. People can relate, and I always appreciated that. So my thanks to you. The good thing about this is, being an Air Force brat all my life, growing up in the Air Force and then marrying into the Air Force, I'm used to leaving and actually saying goodbye to people. And I'm so thankful that I don't have to say goodbye to you, that you're still going to be around. And I've actually, the last couple of days, been thinking of a project that I'm going to get you involved in. So we have more to talk about yet. So we'll be talking. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So, Mr. Dyson, what can we say? I know you always appreciated brevity, so I'm going to keep it short. When I think about you and the qualities that you exemplify, compassion comes top of mind. It's actually your compassion that allowed us to work together so very well. Actually, the first ordinance that I worked on was with you, and I'm always going to remember that. Your energy was always exemplary. It was hard for some of us to keep up with you, and I can only hope that when I grow old that I have that same amount of energy. I always appreciated your fire and really the passion that you had for all of these issues that are more than issues. They are the lives that people are facing, and you always talked about the issues in that way, always putting people first. And I always appreciated your stories that you would tell, whether it was during an ordinance or at the end of the meeting, where maybe we all just wanted to get out of there, but you had a story to tell us. And even if we were dead tired, we will all wake up to listen to that story. And then last, I always appreciated your guidance. You always had a knack, I think more than any other assembly member, of being very frank and telling me, Felix, you should do this. And at first I was a little bit, to be frank, shocked. I was like, oh, okay, Fred is telling me what to do. But that's because of your wisdom and experience. You knew exactly what I needed to do, and you were just communicating that to me in the way that you do, Fred. And then last, I want to say that I'm sad that this resolution that we passed today had no acronyms in it. I really wish that it did. So thank you so much, Fred. You will be missed.
I hope you just realize my wife Jane is here. Stand up, sweetheart. And with her is Emma Torkelson, who worked as an intern last summer. Jane and I are about to celebrate our 54th anniversary. You guys think I'm tough to work with, man. Thank you all. Good
Thank
night.
you. Oh, we're not done.
We're not done.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Fred. It's nice to see you. Congratulations to you and Jane on your anniversary.
Speak into the mic.
Oh. Hi, Fred. It's nice to see you. And congratulations, Jane, to you and Fred on your anniversary. So, Fred, given your propensity toward poetry, my comments are in verse. Let the record reflect 2 thumbs up. Husband, father, engineer, writer, fisherman, statesman, passionate fighter, for children mistreated, for persons abused, for scores of indigenous peoples misused. A fisher of the sea and also of men, assembly to legislature, then back again. A citizen statesman, highly respected, confounding and astounding with views not expected. A stand against state corruption and then consigned to a basement desk by the head on the hill, none resigned. Integrity intact, character refined. Driven by principles, at worst calling colleagues misguided. At other times declaring, I am delighted. Rarely seen without a cup of joe, sharply succinct. Is that a yes or no? Answer the question, then you can go. Thumbs up for a yes vote, an endorsement with zeal. Lessons from history, nuggets of wisdom, surreal. Let the record reflect you were right once or twice. Years of public service can yield sage advice. Let the record reflect that you served with integrity and goodwill, leaving proverbial big shoes that we all in some ways seek to fill. Let the record reflect 2 thumbs up to you, Fred. Thank you. We will miss you.
I always made Susan uncomfortable. The first campaign meeting we were at, together. She looks very much like a young woman I dated nearly 60 years ago. And I was just startled. And I happened to mention to her, and she thought I was hitting on her. And for a couple of years here, she kept being uneasy. It was good.
Mr. Chair, may I follow up?
Sure. Briefly, sure, Ms. LaFrance.
Wait, before she does, I would like to assert she just read you a poem, Fred, that she wrote.
Yeah, and I'd like to have a copy of it if I may.
Thank you.
Are we done?
I just wanted to mention, actually, Fred, when we first met on the campaign trail, it's true, I honestly did not know what to make of you. Although our mutual friend assured me you were solid, and I'm happy to say that that quickly proved to be true.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. Suzanne, that was wonderful. I was digging around a couple years ago to figure out when my first ever assembly meeting was, and it was 1991, and Fred was there. I'm reading the list of people. And I know when I was there, I had no clue what the assembly was or what they did. I was just pack fodder for some kind of bicycle issue. And it would never occur to me that decades later I'd be sitting up there and really have the tremendous pleasure to be mentored by Fred Dyson. And it really has been tremendous. And I'm still learning. I've never had a vanilla McDonald's milkshake before, and it's not bad. So thank you once again.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fred, not only are you funny, you have many, many other good qualities, as we've all heard tonight, and it just makes me sad to not see you as frequently, and it's so fun to hear how much everyone loves you and misses you. And I just want to thank you, like Chris and Forrest and some others said, for being a mentor and for always being yourself, and for having humility. That's something that not all public figures have, and I've really appreciated watching you navigate that, and I think you're just most of all just authentic and have an incredible amount of integrity. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Well, hi, Fred. Sorry I can't be there in person. There's not much I can add. There's been so many wonderful things said about you. I guess I just want to say thank you. I got the opportunity to sit next to you for a year and learn from you and listen to you, and I hope that we have a chance to continue to connect and have a cup of coffee at some point and keep talking. I really have appreciated, like others have said, that you say what you mean and you mean what you say. And I always have felt like that you bring true authenticity to the job every day, and that's something that I strive to live up to myself. So thank you for your service. Thank you for being such a wonderful leader, and I wish you the best in whatever next endeavor you're going to take. So thanks.
Thank you. You still owe me getting me a coffee with your mother. Remember?
I'm working on it.
That's great.
His mother was commissioner of education when I was in the legislature, and we worked together a lot. And he's a pretty good chip off that block.
Well, thank you so much, Fred. I hope we see more of you. Cheers.
And remember, wear the mask.
All right, we're going to take a really quick break, and I think the clerk's office has a little treat to share with you, Fred.
Suzanne, can I have a copy of that poem?
We now have before us item 10B1, AR number 2020-168S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's proclamation of emergency COVID-19 and the mayor's orders and regulations issued thereunder. What is the will of the body?
To postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded to postpone indefinitely. Any discussion on the motion?
Chair, I'd like to move. Wait. I'd like to move to approve AR 20-168S.
Okay, so we have another motion now on the table to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kennedy.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
For the clerk, is that an appropriate set of motions, or do you have to first defeat the motion to postpone before you make a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, I think we're going to have to take and look that up.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure, we'll take a quick break.
Me too. Sugar is not the fuel.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Mr. Gates if you could explain, I suppose you could say, a ruling that was made on this.
Now, okay, so we had a motion to postpone moved first. We also had this item pulled by another member who intended to do a motion to approve. So we were looking at Robert's rules and precedence of motions. The first motion on the floor was the motion to postpone. That would take precedence over a motion to approve if we had done it in that order. So really the first thing to be settled is the motion to postpone. So the debate on the motion to postpone, if there's a second, can continue. And it's up to other members to argue for or against it. And if it fails, then we can go to a motion to approve or other motions and so forth. So.
Thank you. So given that, then, we can debate the motion to postpone indefinitely. Any discussion on that item? That motion, excuse me.
Chair, can I go ahead and speak?
Sure, go ahead, Ms.
Okay.
Allard. Yeah.
So part of the reason why I didn't move quick enough, I know, but in order for me to hear you, I have to have the earpiece in my ear, and then for me to speak, I then have to pull it back out because there's feedback. So I wasn't moving quick enough. I get it. I understand that. But I pulled this. I really want to speak about it, and I would like to debate delaying the postponement indefinitely, if I can.
Sure, yeah, you can go ahead and debate the motion that we have before us, which is the postponement. You can speak against that if you'd like.
Do I just ask why the person wanted to, or do I give the reasons why I feel we should move forward?
You can do it whichever way you would like. So if you would like an explanation about the motion to postpone indefinitely.
I don't really know who said it, just because I didn't have my piece in.
Yeah, so the mover was Mr. Constant. So do you want to go ahead and address that, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. It's, to me, again, stepping into the arena of the executive, and while I probably was the first one to propose the crafting of this resolution, and in some ways I regret it, because I believe that the body has shown a propensity to try to be the mayor instead of letting the mayor be the mayor. And so it has nothing to do with the specific boxes checked or any of that, but for me, it is about letting the executive under an emergency do executive acts and us to be legislative in our approach. And if I could go backwards, I probably would vote no and argue against the ordinance that allows us even to tackle the specific orders under the executive emergency order, because what I have seen since it was passed is that we all want to be the mayor. And in an emergency, you don't want 11 mayors. You want one mayor. And so for that purpose, I believe that this motion is proper in that I believe that this resolution shouldn't be passed, and we should allow the mayor to make these determinations. And as we've heard out of Juneau, all control is gone. The doors are opening. Anchorage has been barely 2 to 3 days behind in the actions of the governor. And so I would say for the orderly process of our business that we should be legislators and not try to be 11 mayors. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Ms. Allard?
Yes, I'd like to, first of all, I don't want to be the mayor. I want to be an assembly person. But I'd like to also move forward with this only because of we did vote on this. And we did all agree that this is something that the assembly did agree on. Whether we regret that vote or not, it's here in front of us today and now. My concern is that the state does move forward, and the 2, 3, 5, 6, whatever days are delayed does cost movement and people to plan and other reasonable things that I believe that the state now is open. And I would hate to see any further delay on any of these actions happening. I think it's in regards to this happening, there's a mental welfare involved here, and we just got done hearing from Fred Dyson saying that we need to take care of our communities, and this is completely in the realm of us coming together as a team and encouraging Alaskans to drive on. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Mr. Chair. I would urge a no vote on the motion to postpone for a lot of the reasons that were actually just stated by both Ms. Allard and Mr. Constant. There is a component to this particular resolution that is absolutely under the purview of the Assembly, and that is to actually terminate the proclamation of emergency. So it's not like this is necessarily going toward or focused on some of the things that are the emergency orders. But again, this is absolutely something that the Assembly can weigh in on. And if we're going to have any of that kind of conversation about pros and cons, then we need to vote down this postponement and then have the conversations of the pros and cons. So I would, again, urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton, you're on mute.
That? I'm also a no vote on this. Everything in this resolution is within the arena of the legislative body. We had quite a bit of debate on it, and the reason that Mr. France and I and Ms. Allard are bringing this forward is because this is really the only role we have, is to allow continuation of the proclamation of emergency and the specific orders underneath it. And we want to introduce it at every meeting so that that role in this critical situation is front and center and ready for this discussion at every meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my reasons for supporting the motion to postpone indefinitely are substantive rather than sort of the role of different bodies. I appreciate that Mr. Weddleton and members Allard and LaFrance have continued to put this before us. And had it not been pulled, it would have passed on the consent agenda without any of these boxes being checked, and I think that's fine. But now that it's before us, we basically have 2 or perhaps 3 bites at the apple wherein we can let this go through, hopefully without any of these boxes checked. Because again, substantively, I don't think I want to have the municipality not be under a state of emergency or any of these emergency orders be terminated. Frankly, I think that we are moving as a state perhaps too quickly towards reopening in a way that might prove irresponsible. I appreciate that the mayor is following the data and that we continue to respect the actual polls show the vast majority of people in this country support the different public health measures that have been taken to help flatten the curve and reduce the spread of the coronavirus. So we'll have an opportunity now. This is pretty standard procedure whenever we have something before us. We can vote to postpone indefinitely, and hopefully that'll pass. If it doesn't, I'm going to fight as hard as I can to make sure none of these boxes get checked, because I want these protective measures to be in place to preserve the public health in the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dunbar's comments actually illustrate why I'm a no vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely, because I think we should debate the merits, because I have the similar concerns, but that goes to the merits of the resolution before us. I also don't like when it's who's quickest on the draw to push the button and make the motion, and then that kind of decides. If Ms. Allard pulled this, I would really like to move it in that fashion, as is our general courtesy. So I'm a no vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
No.
Mr. Fred Verdilla.
No.
Mr. Weddleton.
No.
Did he? So that motion passes 6-5. We now have before us item 10D1. AM number 272-2020, approval of amendment number 4 to Alaska Asphalt Services contract, requesting a non-encumbering contract funding increase of $125,092.50 during the current contract period for summer trucking services. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Kennedy, you pulled it. Did you want to speak to it?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in looking over this contract, I have some real concerns about, again, watching a contract just completely balloon when it started out about 2 years ago at a not-to-exceed value of $100,000. But even before that year was up, there was an additional $25,000 amendment. Then a year later, they add, $125,000. Anyway, it's gotten now to the point where it's 4 times what it started as. So I'm kind of asking more of a generalized question, I guess, in terms of how is it that we're actually doing these kinds of contracts that tend to continue to have amendments and we keep adding to them and adding to them. And it really kind of makes me question as to whether or not we're doing the proper processes for contracts to begin with. So I guess it's a little bit of a generalized question, and would just kind of be happy to have a little bit more of an explanation about how we get from $100,000 to $450,000 when a contract initially said not to exceed the $100,000. So thank you.
Thank you. Does someone from the administration want to address that?
Through the chair, this is Lance Wilbur, OMB Director. I'm going to start, and then I think Mr. Haddon or possibly Maury Robinson from Public Works is online. Assemblymember Kennedy, one of the changes that we've made, and it happens on some of these contracts, is that we see the work that was originally started in the plan are to make those adjustments. In the past, we've done our best to explain why that contract increase has occurred. So if I have someone else online that can add more to that from the administration, that would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Wilbur?
Go ahead, Ron.
Yes, this contract was an original contract, initial award of $100,000 plus 2 one-year options that would have taken it up to around $300,000, totally within the purview of Title VII. And what happened on this one was in the first year we added, and there was an amendment that added $25,000 because of increased work. And then by error, when the next year's option was exercised, instead of exercising $100,000, we exercised it at $125,000, and then we did the same thing on the second year. And what we're doing now is we're coming back to the Assembly and saying we made an error, asking for your approval of that, and then because of an additional work that Mr. Robinson could address, we're asking for an additional $75,000, which will get us through the remaining option period, and then we will recompete the contract. When we award these type of contracts, we do our best guess of what we think the amount is going to be, and then we'll go from there. Maury, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I can add something to this one. The first year this contract went out, when it was bid, it was primarily for street maintenance trucking services. And that first year, late in the season, I think Parks and Rec had a need to do some work on the Coastal Trail bank work that required a lot of trucks hauling in riprap rock. And so that's why this contract had multiple changes. Sometimes when another department needs some services, trucking services, they utilize this contract. And in this instance, it required an increase in the contract limit to accommodate that extra work. That was identified, after the original bid.
Okay, thank you.
That help?
Anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Well, I guess I'm hoping that you can see from an assembly member's standpoint, it's really hard to track this and find out, where the money's being spent, or even if it's available. We just see these contracts continually to bloom up. And, there might be a good reason behind that, but I'm not necessarily sure it's good process. So I guess maybe there's not a way to anticipate this kind of a thing so that you know that you're funding things at the level that they really needed to be funded at. But again, it just, kind of causes me concern that there's this continual need for money that's added that does not necessarily reflect good procurement practices. I guess that's a comment. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D3, AM 283-2020, sole source proprietary purchase order to Midwest Tape LLC to provide Hoopla Digital for the municipality of Anchorage Public Library. Ms. Kennedy, is it your intent to make a motion on this item?
Yes, I will move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Did you want to speak to it, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I pulled this one just because I think it needs some correction. If I'm reading it correctly, it says that this is a contract or a purchase order in the amount of $62,500. But if you look in, the first paragraph, it actually says that it's a total of $625,000. So I'm trying to reconcile that, if that was actually a typo, if that's something we need to change in the title, or if I'm misunderstanding the difference between how we get from $62,500 to a $625,000 contract. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess to preempt the rest of this conversation, the administration has asked us to not take up this item, and then they will bring a new item with the correct amounts in a future date. So I don't know if Mr. Backenstein, do you want to add anything further? Okay. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Move to postpone.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Move to postpone indefinitely. And is there any opposition to that motion? Okay, seeing none, then that item is postponed. We now have before us item 10D5, AM 275-2020, sole source purchase with Alaska Vaccine Assessment Program for vaccines for the municipality of Anchorage Health Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this. Did you want to speak to it?
Thank you. Yes, and this one's a little bit similar to my last concern, just about the correctness of what's before us. There was an attachment that was sent from the Anchorage Health Department that had the date of April 28, 2019, and in the language there, it says that the funding for this purchase is provided by the Public Health Nursing Grant, which ends on June 30th, 2019. So apparently that was, I don't know if this was just a repurposed memo or what, but we need to make sure that the dates that we have for this are actually correct. Apparently the funding is through June 30th, 2019. So I'm not sure how we make that correction, but I just felt like it was important enough to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the administration want to address that?
I believe Director Pineda is on the line, and she can answer some of those questions.
Yeah, this is Natasha. I believe that Mr. Haddon also sent an email regarding the dates, and it was, in fact, a repurposed memo because this is something that we do every single year as a mechanism to pay the balance of the cost of the vaccines from our PHN grant. So it is an incorrect date.
So the question, Mr. Chair,
but it is really applying for, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, do we need to correct that for the purposes of approving this?
Thank you. Who can answer that question?
Ron, is that something you can?
Yeah, Mr. Haddon?
I do not believe we need to correct it because when you look at the AM has been certified that the funds are available through the state grant. So it is a typo on the attachment. The AM is good as written.
Okay. Anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would kind of disagree that it's okay to have incorrect information as an attachment, but I'm not going to oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Sure, Mr. Constant?
Would it be proper to just, I guess it's the mayor's memo, never mind.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D10, AM 289-2020, Amendment Number 1 to the Utility Relocation Agreement with Chugach Electric Association, Inc. for the Image Drive, Reflection Drive Area Road Reconstruction Phase 1 Project, Management and Engineering Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this. Did you have any comment?
Yes, I pulled this one, and to a certain extent, it also applies to item 10D11. And my question in all of this is why we actually start out with a contract like this and then ramp it up to 20 times more. Why would we not actually separate out these kinds of projects and jobs with two separate contracts? Or why would we not come up with a contract that has an estimate for the entire project and then just amend that if it becomes something different than what the engineer comes up with as an actual cost? So I'm kind of, asking this from a process standpoint, just in terms of why we do contracts this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haddon, do you want to address that?
Yes, I can. The reason we start out these at a small dollar amount is to get Chugach Electric started in the design process. Once Chugach has started the design process or whatever utility we're dealing with, they then come up with a much firmer price, and we come back and amend the contract in this manner. That's why we do it this way.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, I appreciate the answer, and I can certainly see that, it is absolutely done in that way, but I'm not really sure what the reason is behind not just going with two separate contracts where you're actually putting in an amount that we know will be approving or disapproving if that's the case, and then having a second contract where you would do the same thing rather than having a contract that we know is probably going to be much more than what we're originally, like way more, 20 times more than what we're originally approving. So maybe that's more of, a forward conversation from the standpoint of contract procedures. So I'm not going to oppose this, but I really don't like seeing these little tiny contracts that at some point are going to balloon into really big ones. And at that point, it's almost like you've committed to this larger number, but really you're only being asked for the smaller number. So anyway, it just seems like it should be two different things, and it makes it a little more trackable and probably a little more genuine. But that's just me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm asking, is this circumventing the system to where if you have it this low of a open for design that it's not allowing others to openly bid to get the lower cost?
Family adventures.
So I assume that's a process question that you're asking of Mr. Haddon. Can you address that?
You might be on mute.
Mr. Haddon?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. We do it this way because the utilities, either ACS or Chugach, require that their own construction crews or that their own contractors do the work themselves. So we get them started on the design. Then when they have the design, as I said earlier, they come back to us with this is the actual construction cost. And I'm more than happy to have other detailed discussions regarding this.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Howard?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 10-1. We now have before us item 10F3, AIM 65-2020, sole source procurement report for the month of April 2020. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to accept?
Move to accept.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Salatel. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this. Did you want to comment?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman. I think the whole list is mine, so thank you. On this one, I had a specific question over one of the purchases. There is a item, trying to find it here again, from Lafayette Polygraph Machines. And my understanding is that that the court system doesn't actually honor the kind of polygraphic, lie detector testing results. So I was just curious as to why APD actually wants a polygraph machine. That was just very interesting. So that's the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Who from the administration can respond to that?
Through the chair, this is Lance Wilbur at OMB. Ms. Kennedy, I do not know the answer to your question because I'll have to reach out to APD. Maybe Mr. Haddon may recall that one. We can certainly get an answer to you, but I do not have an answer for you this evening on that one.
Well, I can obviously wait on that too, Mr. Chair, if we can't get an answer right now, but that's a very interesting one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm assuming Mr. Haddon didn't have anything to add, so we can get that answer for you offline, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy? Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 10F7, AIM 73-2020, emergency procurements awarded under AMC 7.20.090. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item. Did you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question in regard to one of the items in here. Trying to juggle my notes here. On one of the items, there was I believe it was about $153,000 entry for healthcare taking temperatures of some of the
It's AWWU.
municipal employees. And I believe, I'm trying to see, it looks like it's to Beacon Occupational Health and Safety Services. And there was some information about having to have a healthcare screen employees going to the various utilities. And I was just curious as to how many employees that is. And my bottom line question, I guess, is would it not be cheaper to simply purchase individual thermometers for these employees? Because I don't believe there's a whole lot of them. But could we not just allow people to take their own temperature and log they come in to work? Thank you.
Thank you. Who from the administration wants to address that question?
Mr. Rivera, this is Mr. Haddon again. I can attempt to do that. When we awarded this contract, it was under an emergency. We looked very hard at whether we could do this in-house or whether it should be outsourced. And AWU's desires was because of the many locations that we were doing this, that it was outsourced. And at the time that this was awarded, we were unable to secure the type of thermometers that would be needed for these types of checks. And it was a decision on the part of AWU that they would desire to outsource this as opposed to trying to do it in-house.
Any follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, just a comment. No, thank you, Mr. Haddon, for some enlightenment on that. But these kinds of things do tend to concern me because we are obviously spending a lot of money, and there's got to be better ways to simplify things and to just make it a little more of a reasonable approach. So I appreciate the answer, but this is just a good example of how a lot of things are being taken to excess that probably could have been handled a little differently. And not that that's your thing there, Mr. Haddon, but anyway, appreciate the information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. I had similar questions on this particular item and one other, but the question that hasn't yet been answered is what's the term of time that this contract is set to run? And the same question for the cold storage that we have paid for.
This is Mr. Haddon again. The term for Beacon at the time of award was through I believe, the beginning of May, and then we have since, and it didn't make this report because of the timing issue, we have since exercised an option for Beacon for another month, and we will be looking hard at that, and that will be reported in the next assembly meeting. And then on the cold storage, that was a to-be-used type of contract. We are actually not, I don't believe we're actually paying for anything at this point. It's kind of in a standby mode.
Well, Mr. Haddon, we paid for something. It's just a question of we may not need to use it. That's what this appears to me, right?
We have not paid for it yet. These were on a standby basis. This was, if I remember correctly, on a not-to-exceed basis.
So these are obligations as opposed to expenditures?
I believe
that's correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I see some charges not on here that were on the previous report. So for some context, is this new things since the last report, or is this like a consolidation or continuation report?
Through the chair, Assembly Members Zolotel, you are correct. This is new items. If there were an amendment to items that were on the last report, we would have included those amendments on this one and adjustments. But these are additional encumbrances that have been made.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 10-1. We now have before us item 10F8, AIM 75-2020, reports from the administration regarding any emergency measures taken under the proclamation of emergency extended by Assembly Resolution ER 2020-85 as amended. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy, did you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the statements that we seem to hear or see often is that the Dempsey-Anderson facility is not being used, is empty, but can be stood up at any moment. Well, I guess my question is, when are we going to hear the Dempsey-Anderson facility is not being used and is empty, and we're going to be dismantling it immediately? So I guess my big question in all of this is, how or when do we actually see that facility go by the wayside and be reverted back to its initial or its original purpose? Thank you.
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. To Assemblymember Kennedy, I think my first answer would be stay tuned and read your weekly updates to see the shocking conclusion of the story. But in all seriousness, the standby condition of the site is expected to last through the month of May. We don't have a full timeline on the cleaning and sanitization process that will follow the full demobilization. There's still a number of items in the facility. As she mentioned, it is essentially on standby, so that if we were to see a ramp up in cases, it is the light switch is flipped and it's turned back on instantly. As we begin to, if we continue to see the public health conditions that we have been fortunate enough to see over the past, we will formally demobilize that site, remove all the beds and other additions that have been made inside the facility to stand it up as the isolation quarantine, and then, of course, go through the full cleaning and sanitization process. I don't know how long that takes, though, the cleaning and sanitization process, so I would anticipate having a firmer timeline as we head into the end of this month and beginning of June, and we'll get back to the Assembly. But as I started out in the beginning, we plan to, any updates that we get on timelines, we're plugging into these weekly updates so that you can read them too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it just seems like this is a facility that's just been kind of hanging out there and not really being used, and definitely keep getting the reports that they're not being used now. But my other question, and Mr. Schutte kind of jumped on that, which without me asking, so that was really great, is just the fact that it's also going to take time to clean it and get it back to normal. So I think what I'm hearing is we're talking probably close to a month before we might see that facility back to its normal purpose, if then. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. Just as in regards to this whole report, I'm hopeful that this might be entered under the mayor's report in future agendas and then somehow then skirting this requirement to have us vote on it twice. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I will add in the future, I hope we have less items on our late on the table agenda.
Mr. Chair, but this item will, until this emergency is expired, always be laid on the table after the Sunday it was delivered to us.
Sure.
So there are just certain items that we're going to find consistent patterns that they just belong in a different place than in that don't do this category.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We are going to go ahead and take our 20-minute break, and then we will be back with item 11A. Okay. So we now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 217-2020, cooperative purchase from NC Machinery for 3 966M Caterpillar loaders.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the motion on the floor, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, there is no motion pending.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Any discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had initially pulled this because I think it was probably a good segue into a bigger, broader conversation about at what point we should start considering where to save money. And one of the things that I mentioned is that I think we have a lot of capital projects that definitely keep people employed and is probably a good use of funds right now to keep cash flow in the community. But I have some concerns about this as to whether or not this was a good use of $1 million. So these are really expensive pieces of equipment. There are 3 of them ordered here. I did learn that we can actually get the same price per piece of equipment if we were to even order fewer of them. So it kind of, to me, begs the bigger question of at what point do we start cutting back? At what point do we start saying, well, maybe we can't afford all of that this year? So anyway, this is kind of one of those conversations to have as we recognize that there's going to be people in the community who aren't going to be able to pay their business taxes. We already know we're not getting the revenues that we typically have. We keep seeing that same report from the revenues that say, yeah, due to COVID, you know, the downturn of the economy, we have less revenue in this department, less revenue in this particular income vein. But anyway, I'm hoping that we can do something different and start that process of saying, again, what is it that we can cut back on? What can we slow expenses on? And I think this is one of them. So I'm going to actually move to delete one of these Caterpillar loaders that we would only purchase 2 of them. So leave it at that.
And so that's a motion to amend this that you're making?
I am, yes. Motion to amend to delete 1, the purchase of 1, so there would only be the purchase of 2.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Allard. We'll go ahead and do discussion on the amendment. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, it's kind of like the car that you're driving. After a while, if you get enough miles on it, it gets to the point where you're spending enough time and money with it in the shop that it ends up making more economic sense to buy a new one. And I believe, as I recall, these loaders are 12 or 13 years old, and they've got a lot of hours on them. So it might be getting to the point where we're spending a lot of time with these in the shop, and our municipal employees are spending a lot of hours repairing them. And so I don't know. I think if we start deciding which vehicles, used vehicles, we want to keep longer, we're going to have meetings every night. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Wow, I can sure identify with Pete's story. I have a 2009 Subaru that's worth about $8,000. It's currently in the shop, and it's going to cost $4,000 to fix it, which is a real bummer. But anyway, I would love to hear from the administration on whether that is in fact the case and sort of the plan for these 3, and just get a little more information from you all.
Through the chair, this is Lance Weber, OMB Director, and I think I have Mr. Alan Chakowski on the phone who can talk a little bit more about it. I asked Alan all of these questions that you have that you raised at the last meeting and the ones that you've raised this evening. As Mr. Peterson mentioned, these loaders are 17 years old and 19 years old, and they are a couple makes that require a lot of continual maintenance and improvements that we need to keep up. I think we have a total of 8 loaders in our entire fleet. These 3 are almost half of the fleet. And when half of our fleet is of that age and requires a lot of time and repair, we're trying to look ahead. And I think overall in our fleet, not only for general government, for APD, which thanks to the voters and the support of the Assembly, we're able to catch up on some of the APD fleet, and our general fleet and our heavy fleet. On average, a fleet within general government, the industry standard is roughly 20% of the fleet should be at a replacement schedule, so that you're keeping it maintained and in good working order. Those 3, police, general, and heavy equipment, I think roughly 50 to 60% of our fleet is in need of replacement right now. So we are looking at making those changes and making those adjustments to make sure that not only our heavy equipment to maintain our streets and our facilities, also our general fleet, and then our APD fleet, we're trying to keep that as current as we possibly can. Ms. Kennedy is correct. The ability to actually purchase less vehicles at the same price is possible. I will remind the Assembly that we are getting an amazing price on these 3 loaders because we are doing a cooperative agreement with the state during this buy and purchasing them through a local vendor. So if Alan wants to add anything to that, or if you have any additional questions from the Assembly, we'll do our best to address them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
My understanding is NC Machinery a local company? And if so, how do you see our purchase of these relating to the local economy and the health of the economy?
Well, they are a local business, NC Machinery. They're the same business that the state will be buying their equipment from. The amount of business that we would provide or do provide them, I'd have to ask Alan because he does, Mr. Chakowski, in street maintenance. But it's a significant amount of business. A lot of heavy equipment, particularly Caterpillar, which is the kind of equipment that we're looking at, is coming out of that shop. So, Mr. Chakowski, if you want to add anything to Ms. Quinn Davidson's question.
Yes, if I may, a couple of items. This equipment, as Lance mentioned, is the oldest one is 19 years old, and the other 2 are 17 years old. They're basically past their useful life. What happens when equipment gets this old is just like a car. An engine goes out, a transmission goes out. However, the price on these to replace an engine is roughly $50,000. A transmission could be $25,000, $35,000. These vehicles go into auction running are worth about $25,000 to $30,000. If they're not running, they're worth about $2,000 to $3,000. So that's the dynamic that we end up in. These 3 loaders comprise Lance was right, about 38% of our snow removal fleet for residential areas when we're doing blowbacks and stuff of that nature, hauling cul-de-sacs. The fleet as itself is just slowly getting older and older, and all 3 of these loaders we have spent right at what we spent to purchase them, which was around $175,000. We've spent that much on maintenance in these in the 20 years that they've been running. So it's time for them to be replaced. The reason we use Caterpillar, about 12 years ago we started converting because Caterpillar allows us to go with one vendor that we can reduce training, we can reduce costs on parts. A lot of the parts are interchangeable, and it just makes it's a better all-around function for us to save the taxpayer dollars. The equipment is more dependable. Its parts have availability way beyond 10 or 20 years, like a lot of equipment. So it just is a good business plan for us to continue forward.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. I appreciate your comments. My concern is that I keep hearing over and over and over about how we have COVID-19 and we need to make sure that we hunker down or we slowly open up to what's going on, and that here we are spending more money that we don't actually have. And I find that disheartening. And I think that we need to go down to, as Ms. Kennedy had said, just based alone on the fact that how are we continuing to spend money when families can't feed themselves? How are we continuing to spend money when businesses are starving? And I think we really need to consider the time that we're doing this and perhaps move it at a later time, and that right now maintenance is probably the smartest avenue to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So there's a conversation that we're having that's kind of the meta conversation, which is how are we going to address any potential shortfalls coming from the kind of crisis we've been going through and the realities on the ground. And I've actually been talking about this with some folks that I share counsel with, and my theory on this conversation is that while we authorize the expenditure, the administration expends, and they have their handle on that part of the equation. And in fact, to the mayor and your staff, at some point, probably third quarter, we probably should be having a conversation about what are the impacts on the actuals, where most of the year we come back first quarter and address either shortfalls or excess revenues and what we do with them. It might be wise to have a process by which we have a very close analysis of actuals coming forward so that any shifts can be done strategically and in a policy-based way, as opposed to kind of just random, like this seems to be taking a piece of equipment off of the table here that's been properly brought before us. And so I am supportive of this expenditure. I benefit because whenever my constituents call with snow issues, M&O shows up and deals with it. And so I want to make sure our capacity continues to be strong. But I hear the concern that's brought by the members who are making this motion, and I think it's wise for us to have a thoughtful approach to that conversation at some time in the not-too-distant future.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not support this amendment for the reasons Mr. Constant just stated. I don't agree with taking a random view of cutting back, and especially when there's no indication that the need has decreased. So snow removal is a critical function, and I don't believe this is the way we ought to approach any potential shortcomings in the budget. I am a no vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Salato.
Thank you. I actually had a question for about the $12,000 for each loader for the Seattle dock amount. It says it's because that's what the state gets through its cooperative agreement. So when we purchase through a cooperative agreement like this, we get both the equipment price plus whatever their shipping arrangements have been determined, or do we look at those separately?
Through the chair, I'm going to see if Mr. Haddon is still on the phone. If he's not, I think Mr. Chakowski may be able to address that one.
Yes, Mr. Wilbur, on a cooperative agreement, we are bound by the terms of the contract. So those shipping costs for that type of equipment and Anchorage is a reasonable price.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no... So the amendment that we have is to delete the purchase of one loader, so from 3 down to 2. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy. Could you repeat that, please, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, I will repeat it. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
No.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
It's a little early in the day. Okay. So that amendment fails 8-2. Who didn't vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Cameron's vote. Let me do that again. So the vote, just very slow. 9-2.
Okay, so that amendment fails 9-2. We now have the main motion before us. Not seeing any further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought I heard yeah.
You want to come and take a look at this?
So that item passes 9-2. So now we now have before us item 11B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 238-2020, approval of a vendor contract with the Alaska Railroad Corporation, contract number 5981 for a remainder of contract term ending December 31st, 2033, in the amount of $3,575,000 to provide payment of inspection fees, maintenance, and repairs at railroad crossings.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what is the motion on the floor for this item?
The motion on the floor is Mr. Constant moved to approve and Mr. Peterson seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Postponed to June 2nd, Weddleton.
Okay, so and seconded by, was that Ms. Salatel? No, Ms. LaFrance? Okay. So seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on that motion to postpone? And can you repeat the date again?
Postponed to June 2nd.
June 2nd, thank you. Mr. Constant.
Should I speak on that?
Oh, sure, thank you, yeah. Mr. Weddleton, go ahead.
That was it, just why?
Kind of drawing on conversations that we had at our previous meeting on that, the administration has come up with a modification that would, instead of go 13 years, would go 5, and then 3 years, and that was not completed in time to meet our new strict laid on the table criteria. So they are comfortable postponing to June 2nd when that will all be ready to go and on the normal agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And I guess just to clarify, S versions or A versions, which are supplemental materials, we do not need to have that strict 2/3 vote for those items. So, but regardless, we will go ahead and move forward with this motion to postpone, and I'm not seeing any other discussion, so let's go ahead and vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that motion passes 11-0, so this will be back before us on June 2nd. We now have before us item 11C, ordinance number AO 2020-21, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.80, civil emergency to ensure that emergency powers can be exercised in the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor or other delegated authority.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what is the motion on the floor?
Mr. Chair, there was a motion to approve by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Kennedy.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve, and I believe we have a variety of amendments. So let's go ahead and start with those amendments. All right. So I'm just going to go in order, and I will ask if you want to move forward your amendment. So I have amendment number 1 by Assembly Members Constant and Weddleton.
Move to approve.
Yep. Moved and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to it?
I will stall a moment and let Chris talk to it. I'm trying to bring those up on my computer.
Yeah, Mr. Constant, do you want to?
Thank you. This one is the 72 hours versus 24 hours versus a week. And I think that the 3 days is reasonable. And, my biggest fear is not with this administration, of course, or even myself. This hopefully will not come before us ever, and hopefully not in my term. And but in case it does, with a different body and a different set of people, I can imagine a time when the administration has some reason why they don't want to include the assembly in the business. And I think in an emergency response, it's a partnership that makes success, not just an autocratic leader. And so to me, the idea is meet in the middle, and let's come to a compromise on that.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm actually in the queue for another amendment. You just mentioned a call for amendment, so you can skip me on this one and leave me in the queue for the next time. Thanks.
Sure, yeah, and Ms. Kennedy, I'm just going to go in order of the amendments. Okay, so seeing no further discussion on this amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have a proposed amendment number 2 by members Weddleton, Rivera, and Kennedy. Do we have a motion to approve this?
Move to approve the amendment.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton or Ms. Kennedy, do you want to speak to this?
This really just adds a little bit and cleans up the wording on how we would get word out on proclamation of emergency and the various orders underneath it. I think in the original version it modernized it a bit, and we just ramped that up a little bit more.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that was, I think what Mr. Weddleton was referring to is the part I'm looking for. We had discussed this in work session, whether the intent was to simply be the emergency proclamation or a continuation or a termination of a state of emergency, but I'm not seeing it here. I've read it several times now, the individual emergency orders to be disseminated, and I know that that had been the intent of the sponsors, so I just wanted to circle back on that and see if there was any further deliberation on that and why it is or why it is not included.
Mr. Gates, do you want to try to answer that question?
Yes, I had drafted some language after the work session to the effect that would include emergency orders and their dissemination. But I didn't really get the responses to include it in this amendment and put it forward, so that's all I can really say.
Anything further, Ms. Zolotel?
Not yet. I'll pop back in the queue. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. My question is more general in the process of declarations of emergency. Do we already promptly file with the Alaska Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management anything in regards to an emergency at this time? Is that like standard practice? I see Ms. Vogel might have an answer to that.
Ms. Vogel?
Through the chair, Assembly Member Constant, yes, we file the declaration of emergency with the state, and I believe that's required under state law already. I think we do not communicate with them in terms of the official dissemination, the other things that we do, the emergency orders, or the continuing proclamations, or at least I'm not aware of that part of the process. The state law requires the notification of the declaration of emergency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. This is for Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates, can you define temporary?
I think that the word temporary is not really related to this amendment, but maybe the next one.
Thank you.
If I could hold on that response. Could I hold on my response for the next amendment?
Sure. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ms. Vogel, did you have anything else? Okay. Thank you. All right. I'm not seeing any further discussion on this amendment. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Padilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have a proposed amendment number 3 by Assembly Members Weddleton, Rivera, and Kennedy. Do we have a motion?
Move to move amendment number 3.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Kennedy?
So I'll jump on this. This is actually just fairly simple. You know, since we're in the midst of a public health emergency, it became fairly clear that that was not included in this list of what a civil emergency might be. So we simply added that here.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So this and another amendment or another process that we have on the agenda made me contemplate what is the definition of a public health emergency. And so I just wanted to read that. And from the National Disaster Medical System Federal Partners Memorandum of Agreement, it's defined, a public health emergency is defined as an emergency need for healthcare, medical services to respond to a disaster, significant outbreak of an infectious disease, bioterrorist attack, or other significant or catastrophic event. And so just wanted to put that in the record because it's definitely more broad than simply this kind of viral process. It's many things, but any emergency that would require mass public medical response. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalato?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Constant raises an interesting point by providing us a definition. Is there any definition within our code of what a public health emergency is that we could potentially cross-reference to provide some context for those words?
Ms. Vogel?
Thank you, through the chair. We do define a public health emergency. It will fall right directly below this in the code, I think, already. And this is from the amendments that this body passed earlier this year, adding in the quarantine and isolation provisions. But I don't have the exact spot provided, and maybe Mr. Gates does.
Yes, thank you. By the way, I was trying to push the button to speak. I can only sign in as a guest right now, so I couldn't do the request to speak. I had Mr. Wilbur do that for me. So the question about what defined public health emergency, a month and a half ago or so, the Assembly passed AO 2020-34S. That set up the isolation and quarantine process for the Assembly at the municipal level. We duplicated a lot of state law on that. That ordinance also added the definition for public health emergency to our code. It's not yet codified in terms of being published in the code online. The AOs should be online. Anyways, the definition's here. It's a little long, so I'm not sure I want to read it out loud, but I could try. You need to open AO 2020-34S And on page 2 at the top, public health emergency means an occurrence or imminent threat of an illness or health condition that, 1, has been identified by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services of Anchorage Health Department, to be caused by any of the following: A, the appearance of a novel or previously controlled or eradicated infectious agent or biological toxin, or B, bioterrorism, defined as the intentional release of viruses, bacteria, or other germs that can sicken or kill people, livestock, or crops. And number 2, am I speaking clearly enough so far?
Yes. Yeah, we can understand.
Part 2 of the definition poses a high probability of any of the following harms, provided that one or more persons located within the municipality are among the affected population. A large number of deaths in the affected population. B, a large number of serious or long-term disabilities in the affected population. Or C, widespread exposure to an infectious or toxic agent that poses a significant risk of substantial future harm to a large number of people in the affected population. And if you like, I can email this to the body now.
Thank you. Anything further, Ms. Salatel?
No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I think what we see there is an example, a great example of tunnel vision. And our definition of public health emergency as crafted in the previous ordinance only addresses viral matters, bioterror or other contagious items. And so I won't belabor this for the purposes of this debate, but we need to come back to that definition and really make sure that it defines what a public health emergency is, because a public health emergency is much more broad than just the potential of the public health emergency is much more broad than just a viral contagion. And so that tunnel vision, I get it, it served us in the conversation about quarantine, but it doesn't necessarily actually address the question of what is the breadth or possibilities of public health emergency. So I'm not going to make an on-the-fly amendment to redefine that here, but I would ask that we come back to this question thoughtfully.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy.
Actually, I was in the queue, Mr. Chair, if I could please.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. I'm going to throw a bit of a wrench in the works because I am actually not going to support the amendment that my name is on. And this was one of the topics that we were kind of talking about in this whole, while we were discussing this entire ordinance. So I wasn't quite comfortable with this idea of adding a public health emergency, but I think Mr. Constant did a good job of actually articulating why. I do think we have potential for interpreting this way too broadly, and I don't want to see it used that way, so I don't think we really should be adding it to the definition. And one of the reasons why, excuse me, I think we're already well covered is there are other things in the city charter and the code that says that there needs to be the ability to protect the public order and safety and welfare. And even if you just look at civil emergency means number 2, any natural disaster or man-made calamity. And even if we're just looking at something as recent as coronavirus, you can say that's a natural disaster, or you could actually call it a man-made calamity. So either way, what we're dealing with today, we're falling into that category. So I am actually more comfortable not trying to expand the definition. So I'm going to be a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
That amendment passes 8-3. We now have proposed amendment number 3 by members Weddleton, Rivera, and Kennedy. Is there a motion?
No, number 4.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah, you're right. So proposed amendment number 4 by Assembly Members Kennedy, Weddleton, and Rivera. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to move amendment number 4, Kennedy, Weddleton, and Rivera.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy or Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to it?
I'm happy to, Mr. Chair. I'll just jump in and kind of kick this off. I think this is probably the big conversation that we're going to have, so happy to be doing that. But for the most part, this really fundamentally changes, I think, what the mayor was attempting to do in the original portion of the amendment that in regard to the succession to the office of mayor. So it puts in a quantifier of 14 days, but it also changes the succession people that are listed as those in succession for taking on the role of mayor during the mayor's temporary absence or incapacitation. And it includes, for a first in line would be the chair of the assembly, then the vice chair of the assembly, and then one of either the chair or one of the co-chairs of the Assembly Budget and Finance Committee. And the rationale behind that is that mostly because we're talking about who gets the ability to exercise the mayor's emergency powers. And if there's a time when that needs to happen and the mayor can't be reached or is incapacitated in some way, shape, or form, that role of declaring emergency power is so significant and so important that I think the three of us that are sponsoring this just feel very strongly that that role needs to be maintained by some public elected official. So that's why you see the first 3 or 4 people on that line of succession being one of the elected assembly members. So I'll leave it at that for now because we probably have enough to discuss just about that component alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The main event tonight, right? So, unfortunately, I can't support this amendment, and I'm asking my peers all to vote no. And the reason why is because after long contemplation of this, we're talking about a temporary vacancy. We're not talking about a vacancy which is clearly spelled out in the code, but a temporary vacancy in which the mayor is incapacitated for a short amount of time. And the problem, I think, arises when you contemplate in this short term suddenly inserting into the mayor's administration a third party, an outsider. Even though they're elected, they're not the administration of the elected mayor. The mayor did not elect the assembly chair. The body did. And so we, through this amendment, are effectively arguing that if the mayor is temporarily incapacitated, that we should be we should make the selection of the mayor. And I mean, this raised the concern that I brought up. What happens then if it's Bloody Sunday and all of a sudden the acting mayor, who was the assembly chair, didn't like the executive team that the mayor had and fired them all in the process of standing up his own or her own administration effectively in this temporary vacancy? And so the complications that arise when you contemplate this action that we're moving forward or proposed in this amendment are vast and deep. And for me, I think the ramifications are too grave for us to move forward with. And I understand and appreciate the will of the body to ensure that in that moment only an elected official is responsible. But we are talking about a temporary vacancy, not a permanent vacancy. And so in that temporary vacancy, the mayor is still the mayor until such time as the body determines that there is a vacancy there. And so for that reason, I would ask you to contemplate instead Amendment 5, which we will come to next, but which would move forward with the charter amendment proposal that would allow the municipal manager in a temporary vacancy to have the emergency powers, which would solve the problem of what to do in that very narrow bandwidth issue and still keep things in order. And so I would really earnestly ask the body to say no to this amendment, and let's find a better way, because this step is a step too far.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So while I disagree that this is a step too far, I think both Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Weddleton will know that I struggled with a variety of aspects of the amendment as we were constructing it. And I did not myself have a more eloquent or thoughtful way to construct the amendment other than what we have before us. So I am going to do similar to what Ms. Kennedy did with the previous amendment, and I will be voting no on this amendment in support of amendment number 5, which, while I think amendment number 5 still has some issues with it, I think it's a more eloquent way of addressing this issue. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Ms. Zolotel. Or, excuse me, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, well, thanks. I'm actually surprised at the notion that, if it's a temporary absence, that the chair of the assembly shouldn't fill that one piece, the emergency powers, when, if the mayor's seat is vacated, then the chair of the assembly would take it. It's very clear. It's well accepted. It's happened a number of times. And that's always temporary, too. It's until there's an election that replaces the mayor. So in that case, the chair could go in and fire everybody, just like Mr. Constant's, thoughts, the kind of worst case scenarios. But to have even in a temporary situation, and we really see that now with the virus and the pushback on the emergency orders and the frustrations and the confusions, people really want an elected person who's accountable having that power, and even if it's just for a couple weeks, that's a huge difference. And we saw with this virus, taking action to, close down the city 2 weeks earlier can have a profound difference on the results. So you don't want to, have a lag in that. So I don't know. To me, this is actually fairly simple. It parallels what happens when the mayor's seat is vacated, and we're apparently comfortable with that because we've done it for years, and it just makes that same thing in the short term, except that the chair only has those emergency powers and nothing else. So, I will continue to support this and encourage Mr. Chair Rivera to move back to this side, and the rest of you too. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could somebody please remind me when we switch from temporarily absent or incapacitated to something more? I need to frame this with some context. I realize the amendment before us has a couple of different time periods, but how is this determination made when somebody is, or when the mayor is only temporarily absent or incapacitated versus maybe something more but still alive and hasn't vacated the position and possibly hasn't been declared incompetent or any other legal finding to suggest service is no longer possible?
Thank you. I'm going to turn that one over to Mr. Gates.
I'll try. Thank you. So the question is really about what does temporary mean here, and in the charter, the language in 5.03 about municipal manager assuming the mayor's powers, it says in the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor, and the charter doesn't define that. The charter has a definition section. It doesn't define what temporary means. We do have some general code definitions. They don't have a definition for temporary there. We do have in some parts of code, depending on context, some definition given to temporary, like Title 23 Building Code, temporary structures are 180 days or less. But here for the temporary absence and incapacity, we just have a common dictionary definition meaning, which is basically, I looked this up earlier today, of a limited time or duration. And that's all the context we have. If this amendment is passed the way it's drafted, it gives some meaning to temporary in terms of that 14-day landmark or benchmark. Less than 14 days is temporary. Longer is a bit more than temporary. Is sort of the concept behind that 14-day cutoff period. So without it under current charter and code, we just have the mayor's absent or incapacitated and a vacancy, and the vacancy is declared under charter. We have to determine that a vacancy exists, and we have a list of certain conditions, such as death or conviction of a felony or removal from office for the breach of a public trust. Each has a determination at that point. The absence is no longer temporary, for example. So I hope that gives some clarity.
And I think Ms. Vogel might want to add on to that question.
Maybe Mrs. Vogel could add.
Yeah, so thank you through the chair. I would echo what Mr. Gates just said, that temporary isn't defined in code. What I would think that would normally mean for a situation where this would arise is you'd probably want a legal opinion based on the facts on whether this was a temporary absence or a more permanent incapacity. It would probably be situation specific. I guess I have trouble thinking that if the mayor was on a float trip and lost his satellite phone and so was out of touch, and it was a 15-day trip, I wouldn't think that suddenly became a permanent absence. So to me, there's something a little bit fact specific about what the definition of temporary should be, and a little bit troublesome about taking away the power from the municipal manager, which is in code, to assume the other duties in the case of a temporary absence, because this declares essentially that anything beyond 14 days is automatically not a temporary absence. So I certainly think our code is allowed to define terms that are in charter. I don't know if this definition is the right one, depending on the circumstance.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So I like to say we have a municipal manager for a reason, and it seems like the easiest thing to do is to go with Amendment 5, and so I hope the chairman stays that direction. But if we don't trust our municipal manager, why do we have one? He is he would be our temporary mayor if the mayor was incapacitated, and it sounds like to me the definition of temporary is 14 days, and then it would swing over to the chair. So I'm in support of 5. I just want to go that direction, and I'm going to be voting no on 4.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be a no vote as well, and I guess for a couple of reasons. It feels like philosophically I don't really buy the argument that it needs to be an elected official who will run the city or the emergency for 14 days. Mr. Falsey runs the police department and the fire department and the health department and a bunch of other stuff, and he's not an elected official. And if one of us were to take the place of the mayor, we're only elected to represent our districts. So to me, I just don't think it's that simple. And so that's the philosophical argument. And then there's the practical argument, which is that if I were asked to, take over PM&E, I would have no idea what to do. But guess who would know what to do? The administration, because that's their job. And so to me, this is just somewhat offensive, and I think it's inappropriate, and I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And Mr. Weddleton had mentioned about how this emergency is instructive, and I think it actually is in one way, the lighthearted. But if you were to ask the people who they wanted running this city if the mayor were gone right now, I assure you about 9 out of 10 of them would say Bill Falsey, municipal manager, because he's done such an amazing job at communicating to the people. And so this current moment is instructive to us, even in that case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was already answered.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. I think, first of all, what I don't usually do and what I really try to be careful of is to not put specific people into positions when I think about how we might alter or change code, because that's really not a fair comparison. It should always be about looking at the position from kind of a neutral standpoint where you don't believe that there's anybody in there. Because I certainly don't want any of the conversation to think that this is aimed at a particular person like a municipal manager or our current mayor. That's just not the truth. So anyway, that being said, I think one of the other things, the reason why we went to this extent, there was a couple of reasons. One of them was that there is such a serious degree to the idea, the concept of emergency powers. And we are seeing that firsthand as it plays out, as it's been playing out over the last several weeks. We should be recognizing what kind of a public either support or outcry goes on because of this idea that we're all under emergency orders. So that elevates the whole conversation up to something beyond what we would typically expect from everyday operations of the municipal manager. So with the idea of having a public official take on that responsibility of just the emergency power capability, that's really what this is geared at. This isn't about taking over as the municipal manager and acting in their stead. That's not this at all. This is about just that idea of emergency powers. So if you remember, we started this conversation, and certainly some of it I think started probably back in 2018 with the earthquake. But one of the concepts was that what happens if our current mayor is in a medical emergency and he is basically incapacitated. So it becomes one of those issues that we don't have covered anyplace else in the code, and we can't really define it. Well, how temporary would that be? We don't necessarily know, but at the same time, we recognize that it would be temporary. And at some point, the mayor would come back and would take over his normal business and do his normal duties. But it's that interim where he's not available, and oh no, now we need somebody to take on this role of making a declaration of emergency. And that is where I believe there has to be an elected official who has been elected by the community, who has the support of the people around him or her, and actually will take on that responsibility. So, again, I'm just kind of bringing us all back to the reason why we're even having this conversation. It's really for that small period of time where you could have a need for emergency powers to be declared, and you wouldn't necessarily want that to be by an employee of the municipality. You would want it to be by an elected official. So, anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I think I will still be voting no on the amendment, but I just want to respond and speak to some of the merits of the amendment. So I don't particularly find this amendment offensive or unnecessary. In fact, I find it the opposite, that this amendment is actually necessary, but I do think number 5 is the better version of this necessary amendment. And I just want to be very clear on the record. That is because, in my opinion and philosophically, I think it's important that the emergency powers of the mayor, which is very different from the sort of day-to-day operations and powers of the mayor, which would still be vested within the municipal manager, but that those emergency powers stay with the duly elected representative of the people. Number 5 does that in some type of way. Again, better than the one that we have before us, which is why I'll be voting no. And while I understand some of the concerns that are brought up, I do firmly believe in the idea that those entrusted with the powers would rise above any sort of political machinations of the day and do what is best for the people. So again, we'll be voting no on the amendment, but I do think it addresses some key and critical issues with the ordinance itself. Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to everyone who's worked on these amendments, because I think when we started, there was a lot of confusion and skepticism, and putting the amendments forward have really allowed us to flesh out kind of various options and to talk through them. I ultimately, based on actually what Ms. Vogel said about the fact-based determination about temporary incapacity, I'm a no vote on this amendment, but a yes on the 5, because I think it provides us the most fluidity and flexibility to make those fact-based determinations in the moment based on what's happening. If we are believing that there's a temporary absence and incapacitation that has run too long, it leaves the Assembly in a nimble position to do what we do and to evaluate that situation collectively based on facts at the time. So I appreciate all of the work that has gone into these amendments, though I can't stress that enough, because I know we kind of started in a very different place, and I really appreciated the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion on this amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
No.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That motion fails 9-2. We now have proposed amendment number 5 by Assembly Members Allard and Constant. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Allard. Who wants to speak to this amendment?
Ms. Allard, you want to start?
Sure, thank you. So the reason that we went ahead with this one is because we've already decided that everything is in code. It should stay the same. So really what you're looking at in this amendment is just striking emergency powers. And it's not a matter of respecting or not Bill Falsey. We're staying focused on the seat. So it's about the muni manager's role. And we have it in code already that we would continue down this line. And as a temporary position for 2 weeks or 14 days, whatever we've decided, it's important that we allow the muni manager, in the absence of the mayor temporarily, whether it's for whatever reason, that he can still continue to run the municipality in the way that the incapacitated mayor would. And a lot of times when we have a muni manager, they do think along the lines of the mayor, and that's a good thing when we have come together as a municipality in a nonpartisan manner. So I'm definitely in favor of this, and I hope you guys are as well. That's it.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Oh, Weddleton.
Mr. Weddleton, yes, sorry.
Okay, thanks. So, I guess one point to make from Ms. Allard, I don't know if it's critical, but this is not yet in code. I mean, the phrasing you have here, or what was presented in the original version, the version that we're amending, it's just proposed. The thing that worries me about this is when we say the phrase "to the extent permitted by law." Now, I understand that, and we know, because we've discussed this at length, that the municipal manager is not allowed by law to have emergency powers. So the way this is worded, were there a temporary absence of the mayor, it would go to the chair of the assembly. And we know that, but normal people won't know that. Normal people will read this, the extent of permitted by law. Well, I'm reading law, so it must be permitted. And they read this, and they go, okay, so it goes to the muni manager. Okay, that would be the assumption, but that's totally wrong. What I would recommend is, and I'll offer an amendment to this, is just make it clearer. Right now, it goes to the chair of the assembly, because it can't go to the muni manager until possibly next year the charter is changed. And upon that happening, then this could be reworded, and you would get rid of the extent permitted by law. You would be saying very clearly it would go to the muni manager, and then if he or she's not available, then to the chair. But this wording is just confusing to normal people. So I'd like to offer an amendment. And it's tricky over the phone, and I don't have it in writing. So I would change it so that it reads, During the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor's emergency powers shall be assumed by the chair of the assembly. If the chair assumes and exercises the mayor's emergency powers, the chair shall not vote in assembly action on the matter, but has the veto power of such assembly action. This change doesn't really change anything because that's what meets the current charter requirements. Thank you. I'll look for a second.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kennedy. So, Mr. Weddleton, it sounds like you have that written up. Could you email that to the clerk?
I emailed it to Dean, and I didn't really, it's not really written up. I just crossed stuff out. I didn't add any words.
Sure. Mr. Weddleton, can you read it one more time?
So, of course, I can send it. I would send it to Dean, and I will forward that to Barbara right now.
Perfect. While that is being forwarded, Ms. Kennedy, did you want to speak to the amendment
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I appreciate the amendment because I can't vote for the amendment the way it currently is because it basically is completely counter to what I felt we needed to do through the previous amendment. So, again, then this wouldn't go against current charter. It actually answers the gap that is in current charter. But again, it would then allow that temporary emergency power to be in the hands of an elected official. So I appreciate simplifying it this way, and that way we are not actually going against what is currently in the mini charter. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do you want it to be stated one more time, or you're good?
If you would like to read it does everybody want to hear
Sure.
it one more time?
Let's go ahead, Mr. Weddleton, just for the public and the members, could you state the amendment one more time, please?
Sure. So, should I just read the way it would be worded?
Yes, please.
Okay. So it would read, during the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor's emergency powers shall be assumed by the chair of the assembly. So, Barbara, but I sent you didn't cross out that new underlined stuff. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's still in brackets. Okay, during the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor's emergency powers shall be assumed by the chair of the assembly. If the chair assumes and exercises the mayor's emergency powers, the chair shall not vote in assembly action on the matter, but has the veto power of such assembly action.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, it's Groundhog Day in here. We just went through this debate and had this process and discussion, and the amendment is to make it be back to the conversation we just voted down. And I would ask the members to continue on this path that we've set, allow the body to come up with the charter amendment that brings it all into conformity as we go to the ballot in the fall and into the winter next year, which was a process that was coming anyways. And let's not re-debate what we previously debated, because here we are again. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I address that?
I can put you back in the queue. Ms. Allard?
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Weddleton, and I understand it's not in code or charter. My point of the matter is that we're striking the words emergency powers, and we're done. To drag this out for so long is just an incredible waste of time. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, I have a question before you go into your comment.
Mr. Weddleton, I am looking at your amendment, and I must have missed something. So let me read it back to you the way I heard it or understood it. During the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor's emergency powers shall be assumed by the chair of the assembly. In the absence or incapacity of the chair of the assembly, the mayor's emergency powers shall be assumed by blank. I don't get it. Who assumes?
No, I'm sorry. I'm limited with my technology right here. So what you've got isn't quite looking at it now, quite what I wanted. So I will read it once again.
Okay.
Apologize. So it will say, during the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor's emergency powers shall be assumed by the chair of the assembly. If the chair assumes and exercises the mayor's emergency powers, the chair shall not vote in assembly action on the matter, but has the veto power over such assembly action.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I'd speak just to Mr. Constant's point. This does not change anything in this amendment because the municipal manager is not allowed by law to assume those powers. So this really just says what we mean. And until the charter is changed, in the temporary absence of the mayor, the emergency powers are assumed by the chair. That's what you say here in this amendment. It just gets convoluted by this business to the extent permitted by law, and this amendment gets into things that can't happen because the charter doesn't allow it. And normal people can't read this and understand that. A normal person reading it as presented in this amendment, the original amendment, would think, oh, the municipal manager gets emergency powers. Because why would we put into law something that's not allowed by law? It's puzzling. So until that charter is changed, let's say what we mean. And that is, as you presented in this amendment, that the emergency powers go to the chair.
Thank you. So I think we're about ready to vote. Ms. Kennedy?
Well, I'm looking at the mayor's original amendment to this ordinance, and it seems to me that this Amendment 5 doesn't really do anything other than what the mayor originally mentioned, other than it does split then the chair in the line of succession down after the municipal manager. So I guess it's going with the municipal manager as the first line of succession for emergency powers, then we don't even really need this amendment either. So I guess a comment or a question if Mr. Constant wants to chime in and clarify that. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing anyone in the queue. Okay, members may proceed to vote. Oh, sorry, Mr. Gates?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this amendment is a little bit different. One significant difference is for the emergency powers. In the mayor's proposal, it was the municipal manager to the extent permitted by law, or a person designated by the mayor. This amendment excludes the person designated by the mayor from that succession. Then the original ordinance had that whole list of executives, and they're great people and everything, but it just changes that to the chair of the assembly instead of these executives for the emergency powers. So that's different from the original proposal. It's a little different from Amendment Number 4 in that same respect with destiny of the mayor, I believe. And well, I need to look a little more closely. There's some subtle differences here. But it just ends at chair of the assembly as well as not delegating non-emergency powers anywhere else. I just hope that helps clarify a little bit.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
All right, that amendment to the amendment failed. Now we have the main amendment before us. I got one step ahead of myself.
Can you take that down? I think it's too late, but I don't know why that.
Delay again?
All right.
It just went away.
Oh.
So this is it. There it is. Okay, but I don't think it's going to show up there now. I think it's too late. Mr. Chair, do you have this information? That it failed?
Yes, yeah, I did read that. Yep.
Okay.
So we have the amendment before us. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Just a second. Just a second. So this is on constant amendment number 5.
Constant Allard. Yep.
Right, correct. Okay. Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Okay, so this is.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
All right, so the amendment is approved 9-2. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion on the main motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I have a moment so I can formally announce a veto of this amendment?
Sure.
And in the future, it would be probably a good idea if the Assembly, when they were passing on legislation affecting the administration, asked what the administration thinks about it. I think that was what Fred Dyson suggested you all do. So the reasons for that we're vetoing this ordinance, this amendment is. No, I need a formal language. There's a formal language that I have to do to veto an amendment.
Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, we can just take a short break.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
There's a bit of formal language that I have to include.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and resume. Mr. Mayor?
I apologize, but as you know, I am a veto virgin, so this is the first time I've had to do this. But pursuant to the authority vested in me by Charter Section 5.02, subsection C, I hereby veto the Amendment 5 to Assembly Ordinance 20-21 for the following reasons. First of all, the language in the proposed amendment is vague, and when it states to the extent permitted by law, it's going to lead to legal conflict, and that legal conflict creates uncertainty in a time of emergency, which is contrary to the intent of exercising emergency powers. Secondly, the questions are open as to who makes the determination as to what is temporary and when temporary has occurred, and what is incapacity. If, for example, you have a mayor who's stuck in ADAC, or a mayor who is playing basketball somewhere in the gym and can't be reached, who is going to make a determination that that mayor is either incapacitated or temporarily unavailable? The third argument is the one that I think is foundational to all this, which is that when people choose a mayor, they choose an entire administration. And there is a reason why that happens. There is a reason why the Assembly confirms the entire senior staff. All of that is what is consistent with how confirmations occur at the state level. So in order to reduce the amount of ambiguity that would exist in the case of an emergency, in order to reduce the amount of legal fighting that would occur as to who makes a determination as to incapacity or what constitutes temporary, and in order to make sure that you have a smooth administration of the executive powers under emergency situations, I am reiterating my veto of this particular amendment. And I would encourage members to support the veto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the clerk advises me that we do need that in writing. And then I would like to ask Mr. Gates to clarify the processes in code around a veto, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an interesting anomaly we have in a way. We do have in Charter the veto power by the mayor, and we do have a section in code that's a veto by the mayor. These generally speak to the veto of an ordinance. We did have some litigation and a substantial municipal attorney's opinion in the past about the veto power and if it applies to a motion or an amendment during a meeting. And the conclusion is it does, and I believe that's the correct conclusion. But the process in terms of having it in writing within 3 days and then having, I think it's 21 days for the Assembly to override, that says the ordinance that was vetoed in the Charter language. Pardon me for a moment.
If they want to rescind their action, then we want
So, in Charter 5.02C, it says the veto must be exercised and submitted to the Assembly with a written explanation within 7 days of passage of the ordinance affected. And then the Assembly by 2/3 vote, majority vote of the total membership may override a veto any time within 21 days after its exercise. However, this particular part, it doesn't in the vetoes of a motion or an amendment. The municipal attorney's opinion that we had from, I think it's 2010, 2011 or so, it says that this veto must be exercised before the final vote on this ordinance if the veto is just for the amendment or a motion to amend the ordinance, which is what we just experienced, amendment number 5 that was passed on this veto just to the amendment. And you haven't voted yet on this ordinance as amended. So effectively, you need to override the veto of this amendment before the final vote on this ordinance, which you would do next. So if you want to override this veto, someone should make a motion to override the veto. You can debate that and then vote, and you do need the 2/3 vote of the full body, 8 votes to override the veto of amendment number 5. after that, up or down, whichever way it goes, you vote on the whole ordinance as amended. Again, the mayor would be able to, according to the charter, veto that ordinance after it's finally voted on.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Constant.
Move to override.
Second.
Weddleton.
Sorry, who was? I didn't. So second by Ms. Zolotel. All right, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So very interesting. And when I look at my civics education, when I look at our U.S. government, what I understand is that we have a president and a vice president, and then in the line of succession, it moves to the Speaker of the House, the people's representative. The move before the body before this item was to fully supplant the administration should a temporary vacancy arise. But in this case, we decided that at least the chief lieutenant of the mayor should, for the purposes of an emergency, stand in that position. But beyond that, I believe the body has agreed that it should move over to the assembly, its chair, who would move into that role. One of my peers pointed out to me that this language that offends the mayor, section 3.80.015, page 3, lines 30 to 35, almost uniformly came from the mayor's language. So then does the mayor's language offend the mayor, is the question before us. Because effectively what the language reads is, in the original item before us, to the extent permitted by law during the temporary absence of incapacity of the mayor's emergency powers shall be assumed by the manager or the subordinate designated, etc. And so the thing that causes all the confusion and chaos that the mayor was talking about is the thing that they themselves put into the record as their desired language. So, I think that there was a question raised about did this item come to the mayor, and I think someone is in the queue to speak to that. And I think that we've been very generous with this administration because this process could have gone the other way. And so for that, I would ask the body to support this motion to override.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mayor, this is to you. Now, I did call you on Friday, and we did speak at 8:30 p.m. after my hike. And I actually addressed and spoke to you in detail about this amendment. And I did that not out of respect just for you, but I did it out of the respect for the seat of the mayor and that you are an elected official. And you told me very clearly that you would think about it. So nobody blindsided you on anything. And I'm upset that you would say publicly that nobody came to you as what Fred Dyson had said. But I did come to you. And you've had numerous days to get back with me, and I didn't hear anything from the administration. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, Ms. Allard, I do. And I'm sorry your sensitivities were offended by this. I meant during the course of this debate, there should have been inquiry as to what the administration's position was.
Through the chair, can I follow up?
Don't ask me, you have to ask the chair.
Can I follow up, please?
Sure, one more follow-up on this.
So I understand what you're saying, but that's not what you implied. And to sit here and say that you weren't brought up during any of this, you're sitting right there. You could have chimed in at any time. And when I talked to you on Friday and you said you would think about it, and to be dismissive, acting like nobody came to you is just wrong. And I think you have to look at the fact that we are trying to communicate with you, and we are the elected officials here representing all of our communities just as you are. So if you're going to say something and you're going to say nobody addressed you on the issues, then be accurate with it. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Constant pretty much raised my point, and it's the inconsistency of the rationale in which this veto is based. As Mr. Constant pointed out, the very language that exception is taken to is in the original ordinance passed or presented by the administration for our consideration. And in fact, the idea of temporary absence or incapacity is the very impetus for the change in the ordinance. So if these are issues that make it too vague for us to amend the ordinance, then in fact the entire ordinance would probably need to be rethought, especially if it were to be sufficient grounds for a veto of an amendment mirroring the same language. So for that reason, unless you think the entire ordinance is flawed by the reasons stated by the mayor, then I would urge you to vote to override this veto. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. I will support the override as well. And speaking on, I do agree with the mayor that phrase, to the extent permitted by law, and then pointing to doing something that is not allowed by law is confusing and will cause problems. But again, it did come from the original language. And the mayor's third point, that choosing a mayor is choosing a team, I think is very valid. And I have come to understand that more and more over my 4 years on the assembly, that it really is about the team. But there's nothing in this it's really just about that little piece, or important piece, but it's one piece, emergency powers. And it doesn't break that team up. It just says that emergency powers in the temporary absence of the mayor goes to the chair of the assembly. But that does not impact the team, and the team would work just as it had before. So I don't find that a compelling reason to not support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Balkenstead?
Yes, I was just putting myself in the queue. Mr. Falsey is on the phone and would like to say a few words.
Mr. Falsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for not being there. I'm practicing my own form of hyper-social distancing as I've expanded my bubble to include my parents for childcare reasons. I was hoping to jump into the queue before we reach this point, but now that we are here, I thought I would offer at least some clarifying comments. It is the case that the "to the extent permitted by law" phrase is a little ambiguous, and our resolution of that ambiguity had gone like this. The charter currently says that in the temporary absence of the mayor, the municipal manager gets all of the mayor's powers except for the veto and except for the emergency powers. There's an open question. Does that mean the municipal manager can't have the emergency powers, or just that it doesn't automatically go to the municipal manager? In the resolution that we had proposed, we were doing two things. We were proposing a charter change to make it clear that the municipal manager could assume the emergency powers, so that would have taken care of the ambiguity. But the second was, to the extent that that ambiguity remains, it would go either to the municipal manager because it's not a prohibition, or to the person after the municipal manager because someone might think it is a prohibition, and in practice, that ambiguity would never have caused a real-world problem because in practice, the OMB director and the municipal manager would work in tandem and both sign the order. In this new form, where the ambiguity remains, but now it is a jump ball as to whether the municipal manager is holding the powers or the chair is holding the powers, you could imagine a practical fight that would actually cause some problems. So the municipal manager in the year 2050 says, I have the emergency powers. I am not prohibited by the charter from holding them. And now this provision of law says I can have them. The chair in 2050 says, no, that's not true. The charter never got amended, and it is a prohibition, and now we have people who are fighting over whether the powers exist. The other thing, then, and I will say that I did talk to Assemblymember Allard, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to get quicker in the queue to provide some feedback. We were working through in real time sort of the practical consequence of this order of succession that would work like this in a temporary time period. And the other practical concern that we realized that we had was that there could be fights, even if it was absolutely clear that the order was municipal manager, then chair, even if it was absolutely clear that the chair was the next in line because the municipal manager was prohibited. And then fights about who gets to decide if the mayor is temporarily absent. Those kinds of fights don't have a practical real-world consequence so long as it remains in the administration, because the manager presumably will agree with the OMB director, will agree with whomever else is within the administration as to whether the mayor is really temporarily gone and can't be found, whereas, as the mayor mentioned, you could imagine a scenario where no one can reach the mayor because they're on the flight from ADAC, and then the chair says, I declare the mayor is temporarily absent. So I hope the thoughts offer just the resolution of why we think we aren't sort of guilty of what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Why to the extent permitted by law wasn't really a problem in the original configuration, but could cause a problem in this current configuration, and about some of the practical consequences that we were really trying to wrap our heads around as we were looking at this relatively late-breaking amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm troubled by this debate for a variety of reasons. One, even though I'm entering my second year in the Assembly, I still feel rather new at times. I'm troubled as to why sometimes the administration feels very comfortable jumping into a debate and sharing their opinion and their thoughts in terms of whether they feel like it's going in the right direction or wrong direction, and other times wait for the Assembly to actually engage them and ask them what they think about it. And I feel like that in this particular case that there was plenty of opportunity to engage, and I really appreciate that. So I'm troubled by that. I'm troubled that we let this go to the point where we're in the process of doing a veto and an override, and then we're really just trying to find the right path forward. So I just happen to share that I'm troubled by it, and I'm struggling to find a path forward. My hope is if the vote is to override, then there is further work that we can do to ensure that the language in this actually falls in line with something that will work for both the administration and the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually quite interesting, and just following the process in all of this is, well, it's not fun, but it is interesting. So I didn't support Amendment 5 because it was really contrary to what I thought should happen. But I can at least recognize that Amendment 5 was a compromise. And so I couldn't really support that point. What I'm seeing now, though, is that if we don't support it, then we go back to the mayor's original proposal in the initial ordinance amendment, and that is exactly the opposite of what I thought should happen. So I'll support the veto override because my choice now is between the compromise or the initial amendment, and my best choice is going to be the compromise. So I'll support the override veto override. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Is Mr. Falsey still on the line?
Through the chair, yes, I am, and I will
you.
be online for the rest of the meeting.
Bill.
I'm remote, which is making it hard for me to get into the queue.
Yep. So it sounded like what I heard you suggest is that it's really up to the administration and the mayor's staff to determine if there's a vacancy of the mayor. And that's, I believe, a pretty shocking assertion, if that's actually what you said. Were you suggesting that it really come down to the municipal, the OMB director and the cabinet to make that call? Because to me, that's a frightening assertion of executive power.
Through the chair to Mr. Cunson, if I could respond to that. First, the good news is that was not what I was suggesting, because the charter is actually very clear that the vacancy in the office of the mayor is determined by the Assembly. And I think even can piggyback on the back of a judicial process if there's been a declaration of incompetency. The smaller point that I was trying to make, but apparently obviously didn't land, is that what was required in now, where there is no rule about 14 days or anything else, you have to figure out, in this language, has the mayor become temporarily absent or incapacitated? So, practical real-world scenario, either the mayor's out of town, the mayor's on an airplane, we have a sudden zero-notice event, a big earthquake, a hillside wildfire, we have to start moving people, we have to start closing roads. Who decides whether the mayor is temporarily absent or incapacitated? Well, I think in practice, the folks who work for the mayor would know where the mayor is and know how to reach that person, and if the mayor can't be reached and action needs to be taken, they would know. The temporary absence or incapacity has occurred, And the person who might later or object to that would be the mayor, who can also fire them if they have screwed up. If instead the regime is, now we've got that wildfire, we've got that earthquake, the mayor is on the airplane or the mayor can't be reached by phone, there's now some kind of discussion that has to occur with assembly members, and I just thinking through in practice how that all works, it seems to me that the mechanics become more problematic, and that was the limited point that I was intending to offer. And if I could overstay my welcome, I would say I hear Assembly Member Perez Verdilla, and I will again apologize for not figuring out more effectively how to jump in the queue before we reach this point.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I originally voted for this amendment because I thought it kind of resolved not resolved, but it gave us a cleaner path forward for that very question Mr. Falsey now raises in terms of that fact-specific determination as to temporary absence or incapacity. I'm trying to think through some of the scenarios. And so as I think through it, I could see the administration believes that it is so and makes the assertion and lets us know that the municipal manager is going to take over and that's, exercise emergency powers. Or the assembly believes that that's the case, and we let the administration know that it should be the municipal manager and they should be asserting. It all seems to fall within where we already know how to do these things, which is letting each other know what's going on and the basis for that, and then there's procedures. I don't think this puts us into no man's land or is terribly ambiguous. I think it will always be hard to define if there's a temporary absence or an incapacity without very specific facts. Weirdly enough, one I think of that's not so temporary, but from a movie is Kill Bill, where she's in a coma for a long term. That's the only example I can think of, so he's going to have to roll with it. But then she wakes up and she's no longer incapacitated. So is that temporary, or would that be something more? But since the assembly makes that bigger decision of when there's a vacancy, I think that there's a way forward here based on this amendment, and that's why I supported it in the first place. So I don't think that any ambiguity that's believed to exist in the amendment is necessarily even resolved within the greater AO. So again, I will assert, if you think that the mayor's grounds for veto are valid and solid, you should also want to invalidate the entire AO change as put before us. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick reminder to folks on the phone, if you can please make sure to mute yourself. Some of the members were getting a little bit of weird feedback. I'm not seeing any other discussion on the motion to override. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
So that motion passes 9-2.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Conrad.
I would make a motion to postpone this item to the meeting of August the 25th for the purposes of having thoughtful conversation with the administration on figuring out the path forward.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Allard. Did you want to speak to that further?
I don't think we need to beat this one anymore.
Sure. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
So that motion passes 11-0, so that'll be back before us on August 25th. We now have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2020-127, a resolution appropriating $120,000 as a contribution from the 2020 Real Estate Department Real Estate Services Division Area-Wide General Fund to the Area-Wide General Capital Improvement Project Fund for payment of principal and interest on an interfund loan for the Eagle River Town Center.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand that we don't have any public testimony on this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by, I think that was Ms. Solotel. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2020-124, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $508,993.53 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund as a transfer of responsibilities agreement from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, and appropriating $55,986 from the Traffic Engineering Department Area-Wide General Fund to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Traffic Counts 18-20 program.
Reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony for this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2020-128, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $287,396.97 as a transfer of responsibility agreement from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, and appropriating $31,605 as a contribution from the Area-Wide General Fund, all to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the AMAT Traffic Control Signalization Program, CY 2019-2021.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony for this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Solotel. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance? Okay, thanks. That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14D, resolution number AR 2020-141, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $43 million to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Project Management and Engineering Department, from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of road and storm drainage capital improvement projects.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony on this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 14E, resolution number AR 2020-142, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $650,000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department for AFD facility improvements and shop expansion, and appropriating $1.4 million to the Anchorage Fire Department to replace a fire ladder truck.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony on this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to approve this or vote to support it. But I just wanted to point out that the Anchorage Fire Department is buying a new ladder truck, and just want to make sure people understand that the entire half of the municipality north of Muldoon does not have a ladder truck. Just pointing that out, and just kind of mentioning that that means that we don't have the response capability that the rest of the Anchorage Bowl does in terms of that kind of equipment. So just wanting people to keep in mind that I'd love to see another fire truck out in the Chugach Eagle River area. So just saying, But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 14F, resolution number AR 2020-143, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,950,000 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department, from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of capital improvement projects.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony for this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar? That item is passed 11-0. We now have before us item 14G, resolution number AR 2020-144, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,400,000 to the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Maintenance and Operations Department, for APD new replacement fleet vehicles.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony on this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is passed 11-0. We now have before us item 14H, resolution number AR 2020-145, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $5,375,000 to the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Maintenance and Operations Department from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of capital improvement projects.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony for this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Did we miss them? That item is approved 10-0. I don't know who we missed on that one.
You know, it's like grabbing someone off.
Randomly? Okay.
Yeah, there's for some reason or other.
All right.
It was, and that was Ms. Kennedy, and we know she voted yes, so
Yep.
I will correct that.
Got it. So that item was approved 11-0. Technical difficulties. We now have before us item 14I, resolution number AR 2020-146, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,300,000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department for AWARN infrastructure upgrade and $1,400,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department for ambulance replacements, all within the Anchorage Area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund, and appropriating $1,995,000 to Public Transportation Department for bus stop improvements, facility upgrades, and support equipment.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony on this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? The vote screen is still showing up.
Okay.
Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have item 14J, resolution number AR 2020-147, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,110,000 to the Area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Public Works Administration Department for area-wide life safety access roads.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I understand we don't have any public testimony. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm looking in my inbox. I just received an email from Mr. Falsey regarding the boundary project, which I had flagged for the administration. But I just want to reiterate on the record that when this was brought to the Northeast Community Council by myself and Mr. Peterson, there was quite a lot of pushback on the idea of extending boundary. And I think before we expend any of this money, more public outreach needs to be done in that neighborhood. I think they were very much caught off guard by the notion of extending boundary. And if you've gone back there, it's kind of in the front yard of a large condo project. It's a little bit difficult to describe. It's almost like their driveway that we're extending. But I certainly see the necessity of it because we want better access to the very large senior center above that road where we need to get fire apparatuses. But again, I just want to reiterate, I think a lot of outreach needs to be done in Muldoon if this project is going to succeed. And I realize this is just planning money, but I hope to see members of the administration at the Northeast Community Council in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Mr. Dunbar's comments there. This measure happened to fail out in the area where one of these roads is going to be built, so I certainly can support the idea of having better public conversation. I think my question in this would be, though, to what extent could the administration have a conversation, because the money's already been approved for projects that have technically been approved. So there might be some semantics there to work out. But I do think there probably is, at least in obviously our neck of the woods, a good opportunity for clarification and maybe rendering some more public support for those two projects of the three. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, did you want someone from the administration to respond?
If there's somebody there that can do that right now, that's fine. But I'll even do some follow-up on it as well. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I can jump in and offer a quick thought.
Sure. Mr. Falsey.
Two quick responses to Assemblymember Kennedy and Assemblymember Dunbar through the chair. There are still at least two checks here. The first is that the bond was approved, but we'd have to go back and look at the bond language. My recollection was it was approved with these three projects in mind, but if any of them turned out to be impracticable, it could be used for a different life safety access road project. So if as we're stepping through the planning process, we get a whole blowback from the community or find that there's a better answer or a higher priority road, I believe the bond language lets us pivot. Either way, if after spending the planning money, we decide this is a bad idea, certainly when the procurement for the roads come through, the Assembly has another chance to say whether they want to actually let the contractor really have it be built. And to the extent that this is only planning money and not construction money, there would be a further bond package. So the die is not entirely cast. We'll still be stepping through this with our eyes open, and we are definitely interested in having a more robust community process, as we knew that we were working quickly to address these problems, but wanted to have a more thoughtful process as we step into it in future years.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is, would it be possible to build one of these and have it be used strictly for in an emergency, so there'd be a gate that would be opened in case there was a fire and they needed to have that, that was the only exit out of that area? Is that a possibility? Thank you.
And with the Chair's indulgence to Assemblymember Peterson, the technical answer is yes, and there are different roads around the community that are gated with knock boxes with keys that the fire department can open. I'll tell you, the fire department doesn't like that solution because they think there's a whole variety of reasons why those things can fail when you really need them. On the other hand, it is a live compromise that we could talk about. So the technical answer is yes. The candid answer is it's not preferred by at least the fire department, but we can certainly look at it as we're going forward.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-1. We now have before us item 14K, resolution number AR 2020-151, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a contribution in an amount not to exceed $2,500,000 from the Disaster Recovering Fund and appropriating said contribution to the disposal Capital Improvement Projects Fund, all within the Department of Solid Waste Services for the Anchorage Regional Landfill Shop Warm Storage Administration Building Replacement Project. I understand we don't have any public testimony on this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is passed 11-0.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
A brief point of privilege on the previous items that we just passed. I would love to say thank you to the voters of the Municipality of Anchorage for, during a pandemic, pledging the full faith and credit of this community in a bright future. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have before us item 14L, resolution number AR 2020-152. Resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving one or more master lease purchase agreement schedules and appropriating an amount not to exceed $1,140,000 from the proceeds of one or more master lease purchase agreement schedules to the Office of Information Technology Operating Fund and appropriating of said funds to the Office of Information Technology Capital Improvement Program Fund, Office of Information Technology for life cycle replacements and moving SAP HEC in-house. I understand we don't have anyone to testify on this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14M, ordinance number AO 2020-49, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 14.60.030 and 15.95.020 to enact a sunset date for the requirement to charge a fee for providing an alternative bag. Public testimony is now open on this item, and I believe we do have a few individuals to speak to this. I'm just going to go in the order that we have here. So our first speaker is Ms. Margie Dashevsky, I hope.
Here we are again. What's your nightmare? High pressure.
Hi, this is Margie.
Hi, Margie, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Dashevsky. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 14M regarding the sunset date for the requirement to charge a fee for providing an alternative bag. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Am I on the air now?
Yes. You are speaking before the Anchorage Assembly. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you all for taking testimony this evening about this important issue. My name is Margie Dashevsky. I'm calling on behalf of Alaska Youth for Environmental Action. I'm the program manager, and I'm calling to support the 10-cent fee and oppose this ordinance, which would undermine the factors that the original bag ban and fee successfully addressed. Back in August of 2018, I supported high school students who came and testified, and their testimonies are on the record along with the petitions the hundreds of petitions that were signed by Alaskan residents statewide in support of the Anchorage bag ban and taking similar action at a statewide level. So if the fee is removed, the bag ban will simply cause Anchorage consumers to switch from plastic to paper, which backfires because that increases the retailer's cost. Paper bags have a higher carbon footprint as well, and I know that there's a lot of concern right now to support our small businesses and our consumers here in light of the COVID pandemic. But I also don't want the pressures from the pandemic to lock us into a permanently weaker policy. And I know that the Alaskan youth that I work very closely with see this bag ban as incomplete without the fee, because the fee is what drives the consumer behavior change. And there are business owners, I have a quote here, everyone has made the switch and is over it. So there's a lot of different perspectives out there in the community. I hope that you'll get to hear from many folks. I didn't realize I was going to be the first one to testify. But I know that there is at least one other AM member, a high school student, who's going to be in the queue to testify, and just wanted to direct your attention to the records of the testimony from Fallon and Kiara from when the bag ban was initially passed in front of the Anchorage Assembly. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony and say that arguments that make this out to be against the low-income communities in Anchorage, I think, are missing the protections that are in place in the original ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman. Good time.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Haberman. This is Felix Rivera. You're speaking before the Anchorage Assembly on item 14M to enact a sunset date for the requirement to charge a fee for providing an alternative bag. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Can I combine both? Can I combine 14M and 14N since they both connect very well and save some time?
If you would like to, I don't have any opposition to doing that. So go ahead, Mr. Haberman.
Can you give me 6? But I'll take a lot less than that, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll set the time for 6, but I'll do a lot less. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Mt. Valley. I followed the public process, and the public process done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body to more like in the public interest. I'll be brief but simple. If there's anyone that's monitored how these ordinances are developed, both in the Valley and Anchorage, it's been me. I witnessed the legislation passed by the Assembly over the course of time. Prior to that, both in Wasilla and how the Metro Borough handled it and how the City of Palmer handled it. Now, during those times, I addressed 2 key points. And I want to remind the borough of those 2 points. And now they're cropping up now in this legislation of those 2 items. One is the issue I said that I discouraged you at the time of before you approved your legislation, not to have a fee for the businesses. Simply that to use the situation where there's no fee, that it's the cost of doing business by the one who is like Natural Pantry or wherever. That's the way to go. That's the way it was before the other legislation, and you went into the idea of charging to make people less likely to do it. The other concern that I raised, and it's interesting how it cropped up, we're not talking about many months since the legislation and the health emergency, was I addressed the issue both in the Valley and Anchorage of cross-contamination of these reusable bags, of encouraging. And what happened? With the World Health Emergency, we had businesses like 3 Bears saying, no, we can't have that. And they said, they went independent of the law, and I applaud that because the issue was cross-contamination. So we still have those 2 issues, and you still have looking at dates of when the emergency is over, which I don't think we're going to be out of this situation. It's with us for years and years and years. and we cannot go back to business as usual. Number one issue, we need to deal with the issue of cross-contamination and not ignore it. And we need the issue of not allowing these reusable bags that they have. Allow the safety and health of everyone, and we need not to encourage plastic. This is an issue that has been addressed for decades, and why are we still talking about it? So the legislation you got there, with respect, does not put away those issues. It continues that conversation and allows for those problems to continue. And that's all I have to say. And then the only time you need to call me back is for the final audience participation. And thank you, and I wish you the best. We have approximately 3 minutes and 24 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Haberman. Next, we have Mr. Donovan Camp.
Remember, you must now dial.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Mr. Donovan Camp. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 14M regarding the sunset date for the requirement to charge a fee for providing an alternative bag. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank the Assembly for letting us testify today. So I would like to say that I'm a little bit frustrated that we're back once again. The public's back here to testify on this issue. It's come up several times, and the public's just shown overwhelming support for this bag ban and fee, and it's been kind of repeatedly tried and been dismantled one way or another. I'm a little bit particularly disheartened with the arguments, and they seem to trend with the anti-bag ban lobby, and they kind of list verbatim for what they use. I think we all know in our hearts that, and studies also confirm that the fee isn't really isn't a factor in economic injustice. And, I think let's not throw our very first and most powerful waste-reducing policy under the bus in its name. I think there's other ways we can address that. And the pandemic and cross-contamination. This is another issue that's been part of the lobby. And, there's no studies that show that there is a cross-contamination regarding this pandemic. These bags, they're sterile after a couple days in your car, and we're still allowing people to go into grocery stores at full capacity with no mask. So, you're breathing, spitting, whether you know it or not, all over the register and all over these areas. You are cross-contaminating. And to throw this bag ban and say reusable bags are going to be the connector doesn't quite meet the research that shows it's really people-to-people contact that's spreading this recent pandemic, which I believe is what's really bringing this back up on the table. Now, the particular ordinance that we're looking at was not carefully written. The one that we have now in place was decided and debated on over a long period of time. Now, we're hearing that small businesses are having issues. Well, this ordinance doesn't differentiate between small and large businesses, and the large businesses are going to be doing the vast majority, causing the vast majority of the issue, and we're not doing anything to say, okay, here's the small businesses, maybe how much you make per year, or there's another way. I don't think it was explored at all. It doesn't ask for the paper bags to be recyclable. Now that we're going to be switching from plastic to paper in the same number, using much more resources, we're not going to be looking into more sustainable ways, which is the heart of this bag ban. It does not align with the possible statewide legislation. So we're looking for consistency in the bag ban, and if it doesn't align with that, we might see a full another set of rules coming on in play. Currently, the statewide bag ban does have a 10-cent fee, or at least drafts are being proposed. And we'll be forcing small businesses to pay for the 10 cents, or for the bags that we're now forcing them to buy.
Mr. Camp,
yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time is up.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last, we have Miss Anna Hokinson.
The digit 0 or 1 is not required to complete.
Interesting. Hello, Miss Anna Hokinson. Thank you for staying up with us. We are on item 14M. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly, and this is the item to enact a sunset date for the requirement to charge a fee for providing an alternative bag. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Assembly members, for your time and the chance to speak tonight. My name is Anna Hawkinson, and I'm a youth activist with Alaska Youth for Environmental Action, and I live in East Anchorage. I'm calling to say that I strongly oppose Ordinance 2020-49. The 10-cent fee on paper bags is vital to the plastic bag ban, is the only reason that the bag ban reduces net pollution. The fee discourages people from using paper bags, which cut down trees and demand more pollution production, and this ordinance fails to require recycled paper bags, intensifying the pollution footprint. The fee is absolutely necessary to discourage the consumption of paper bags and is supported with research. The fee also levels the playing field for businesses both large and small, as it makes it easier for smaller businesses to absorb the expense of purchasing paper bags. I understand that many businesses have had experiences with bag customers who have taken out their frustrations on them inside the Assembly, and I'd like the business owners to know that we hear them, and I sincerely apologize that these people have given them grief over something so small. However, please understand that the stubbornness of a select few should not dictate the opinion of the community as a whole. There's been overwhelming support of the bag ban thus far from those with an open mind. I also understand that some are concerned about the impacts of the fee on lower-income families. But coming from a family currently surviving off of WIC benefits and Denali Kid Care, please do not get rid of the fee. My house couldn't support paying extra for paper bags every trip to the grocery store, but we simply bring our reusable bags. I don't want to be spoken for without being asked for my opinion first. I have my own voice, and I want you to listen to it. If my family can accept and adapt to the bag ban and fee, then I'm sure those who are better off than us right now can too. If you don't want to pay the fee, please bring a reusable bag. If you can't afford a reusable bag, make one out of an old shirt. If you don't have an old shirt, simply cart your items to your car. Even in the time of COVID, it's so simple to just cart your items to your car and bag them there to avoid spreading the virus. This fee should not be an issue, yet those too stubborn to use common sense are making it one. Once again, thank you, Assembly members, for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes public testimony for this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
I was there.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Allard.
I was.
Any discussion on this item? Ms. Allard.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say it's not the government's job to encourage or discourage the use of bags. So I just wanted to bring up that point, and it's really it. It's a matter of principle where the government stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, I think go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have several things that I'd like to bring up for my strong support for sunsetting the alternative bag fee. First, there's a common misconception that the fee somehow helps to educate consumers on reducing perceived impacts from pollution or to the local landfill. But there's absolutely nothing posted in businesses that tells people that the fee is an effort to bring awareness to consumers of the potential impacts on their environment. Most people don't just think it's just another tax from the muni, and they're not even sure where the money goes. So also in most stores, there's no posting that encourages people to bring their own bags next time, whatever kind they might want to bring. There might be a sign that says they'll sell you a plastic reusable bag, but nothing about needing to bring your own. And actually what people are seeing currently are signs that say because of the threat of viral contamination from those reusable bags, that employees are prohibited from touching or bagging with anyone's personal reusable bag. So that threat's not going to go away for a while. For people who choose to use the pickup or curbside delivery services in an effort to stay healthy, they can't use their own reusable bags, but they have to rely on the store to provide alternative bags for them. So once the suspension is lifted, these customers are going to be penalized with a fee now when they simply have no ability to use their own bags. Secondly, the fee itself does not reduce pollution or lessen the impact to our landfill simply because people are not prohibited from bringing in whatever type bag they choose. We know from previous discussions on this topic that many so-called reusable bags are themselves actually made from plastic. They're called non-woven polypropylene. Businesses are prohibited from providing single-use plastic bags to shoppers, but those same shoppers can purchase their own single-use handled plastic bags in box quantities or get them from other businesses in the municipality that are exempt from the bag ban, or they can get them from stores in the Matsu Valley, or they can bring them back from the lower 48, or like me, you can get them from the base exchange in the commissary at J-Bear, where I can also get paper for free. So the 10-cent fee and even the so-called bag ban does not eliminate the use of plastic bags or eliminate the use of paper ones. So people will still make their own choice regardless of the 10-cent fee, so it's simply not effective in this so-called behavioral modification strategy. But if someone actually believes that the 10-cent fee has helped make a difference at this point, then we should say, great, awesome, it worked. It made a difference, and probably all the difference it's ever going to make to the consumer, so the fee from now on is pointless from here out in changing anyone else's behavior. So we're done. We knew we could get to this point of sunsetting the fee eventually anyway, so when the emergency order suspension lifts, it makes more sense to allow that fee to sunset now that it's actually shut off, than it does to force businesses to turn it back on, start up the process again, and then shut it down again when it's sunsetted in the future. But the main reason for rescinding or sunsetting the 10-cent fee for the alternative bag is this unfair targeting of our businesses. There's been an unfair expectation put on a business to be responsible to effectuate some kind of change in consumer behavior and to also be threatened with significant financial impacts. So the businesses are the ones that are being made responsible for charging a fee, for tracking it, and for reporting it if they're being asked to produce that information. They're the ones who can be fined if a customer doesn't comply. And that's even at a self-checkout register where people are on their honor to add the fee onto their bill. I can tell you, my son works for a major grocery retailer, and believe me, people don't always charge themselves the fee. And sometimes an employee just forgets to give a receipt for the 10-cent fee, and I've had that happen several times. But the point is, it's the business that bears the entire responsibility and the penalty, not the customer, not the one who's supposed to be getting the message that we need to stop pollution and limit the use of the landfill. So it's kind of like ticketing a vehicle owner with a hefty fine for an illegally parked car when it turns out it was a totally different family member who did the illegal action. So it makes no sense, and there's just a total disconnect. To make matters worse for businesses, there are no guidelines given to businesses as to what the requirements are for maintaining records and in what acceptable format they need to be in and for how long the records need to be kept. And that leaves them open and vulnerable to being fined. So technically, the businesses carry the entire burden of maintaining the 10-cent fee program, if you will, and will also carry the entire burden if any part of it fails to meet an expectation of compliance, regardless of what a customer does or doesn't do in cooperating. So, and the fee actually is having a bit of a sense of criminalization now attached to it. The government's essentially saying that the use of a certain bag, even if it's a paper one, is wrong, and it's up to the business to make that point. So I'd ask, is that really true? Is it wrong? Is it unethical or illegal to use a paper bag? Well, I would say no, it's not. So why are we somehow caught up in an attempt to send that message through a fee and a penalty and a fine? If there's any good news in any of this, it's that the code enforcement has not levied any fines for noncompliance on the 10-cent fee requirement on any of our businesses yet. So part of that is due to the ordinance being new, so there's been a grace period. And, of course, now it's suspended. But the other part of that is probably due to a lack of importance of the measure, such that enforcement is just not going to go out looking for who is complying and who is not. Yet, businesses will remain vulnerable to that threat of being fined if there's a complaint that they're not following the procedures correctly, even though there's no guidelines as to what those procedures actually are. So this is such a misdirected concept, it's hard for me to see why it was implemented to begin with, though I know that there is a group of people who see it differently. I accept that. And as you know, we got about 70 emails from a group of people who claim the fee is key to the entire concept of eliminating waste in the landfill. So almost every one of those emails was a canned response from an organization whose members obviously copied and pasted, sent it out. That was pretty obvious. And I don't know what organization it was. I didn't recognize any of the names of those who sent in the identical emails, but that doesn't really matter. Each one of those people had the right to do what they did. But it does matter that the opposition comes from one organization. And even some of those responses actually added a line that said, don't overturn the bag ban, which is not what this amendment does anyway. So I heard from plenty of people who use reusable bags but do not support the 10-cent fee. So we're at a place now where it's obvious that people have adjusted. They're making their own decisions, their own choices as to whether or not to bring their own bags or to choose to pay for the paper bags. They're going to continue in that vein in one way or the other into the future. But we have to recognize that we're in a very different business environment now, and that COVID, like it or not, will still be having an impact on people's habits and comfort levels for fighting the infection. And like it or not, agree or not, reusable bags versus having a clean, fresh bag is at the crux of the issue for many people. And there are actually more concerns than just COVID on the topic of germs, which we've heard from other people. But allowing that personal concern to be worked out, even in what type of bag people want to carry their food home in, equates to needing to allow an end to the fee and to the tracking and definitely an end to the fines. We're asking people to do a variety of things right now to help stop the spread of the virus, or any germ for that matter, and this is actually one that helps. The threat of the spread of the virus from things coming from someone's home is why these major businesses will not take returns right now. So plastic bags are still going to be prohibited from businesses passing them out. That doesn't change. People have made the adjustment to the prohibition of single-use plastic bags. They're making their own choices as to how to proceed now, and their choices are just as important to them as it is to someone who thinks 10 cents is going to actually annoy people into choosing differently. But since the meeting has seen fit to suspend both the use of plastic bags and the 10-cent fees, and businesses themselves have seen fit to change their employee policies and operational procedures, let's stop tormenting customers over bag fees, and certainly stop burdening the businesses with the tracking of the fee and having the threat of steep fines hanging over their heads. So I urge your support for sunsetting this fee. We can be done with it and move on. Let people live their lives. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. People have a really hard time giving up free stuff, that's for sure. We've gotten free bags for many years, and we like our free bags. But there's nothing worse for a free market than free stuff. And that dime is the most important part in this, broadly speaking, bag ban ordinance. When we were going through it, it's very clear from many studies that places that did not have that fee simply switched from plastic bags to paper bags, same quantities, and paper bags are no less damaging to the environment. It makes an awful mess making bags. But those fees make a profound difference on people's choices to use a bag or not. In my business, that simple dime fee, would you like a bag for a dime? 80% of people say, no, I'm okay. No fuss. They just move on. They walk out without a bag, or they bring in their own bag. It is simply not an issue. But bringing in a simple market mechanism, a price, makes them make an economic decision, and they choose to skip the bag. It is no more insulting or no more of a punishment than paying $1.25 for a candy bar. When you go shopping, you should expect to pay for what you get, and that bag is part of it. And if you're offended, if someone is offended by the fact that it's not free anymore, well, those paper bags are very expensive. So if you're paying a dime, you're probably getting a 30-cent bag, so it's still a really good bargain, too. The idea that it's a burden for business is very puzzling. The notion that we have to reprogram our point-of-sale systems, any business, a restaurant, a retail store, anything changes their product mix continuously. We simply add an item and we bring something in. You type in bag, and it rings up for a dime. There is really no programming involved. The burden of record keeping, if you have a point of sale system, the records are kept. It's actually a hassle to get rid of them. So there's really not, I'm just puzzled by anyone who would say there's a programming cost or a record keeping cost. Are the rules confusing? It's really simple. If they want a bag, you charge a dime. It's not hard. If they want a candy bar, you charge $1, $1.25, whatever it is. It's just retail. You just charge for the stuff they walk out with, you move on, you have a great day. The fuss over that dime is just a few people who just want it free and they can't get it anymore. Getting rid of the dime will be very damaging to business. If we don't do the dime, then we're going to be giving away paper bags, which cost 5 to 10 times what the plastic bags do. And that burden will fall. Instead, 80% will be back to normal amounts because people will not be making that simple economic decision. And we'll go through a huge, costly number of paper bags. So getting rid of that dime is not business friendly. And while none of this solves any environmental problems, it makes a small difference. People make a choice and they decide, do I really need that thing to just throw it away later? And 80% say, no, I'm good, and move on. So don't get rid of the dime. The dime is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Actually, Mr. Rosen said every single thing I wanted to say, so I'll just second everything he said and encourage my colleagues to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
I'll be very brief. Ms. Kennedy's speech was the longest she's given since she served on the body, and it was very passionate, and I don't agree with it, but I appreciate the effort that went into organizing it. Just a few things, though. I really appreciate the notion that she brought up that there are no signs in grocery stores or other retail locations recommending people to use a reusable bag to reduce waste. Now, I don't believe we should be requiring that of businesses, but I do believe that the advocates for a plastic-free Anchorage ought to contemplate putting together a series of signs that can achieve that goal because it's wise. In terms of contamination, we'll probably talk about this a little bit more on the next item, but I would offer that if you're afraid of contamination from a reusable bag that you're bringing into the grocery store, you should do self-checkout and don't let anyone else touch anything. The fee itself doesn't reduce the pollution. The reduction of the use of bags does. Now, there is no prohibition on the purchase and use of your own bags, and so this isn't a ban on using and buying your own bags. It's just a ban on free bags. In terms of unfair targeting of businesses, I'm not quite sure what that means exactly, but it was referenced that there are reporting requirements. There are, in fact, no reporting requirements and no burden in that way, although the fear of being fined by code enforcement, I guess, is real if you intend not to comply. They haven't been targeting people. They have made a few warnings, I believe, but that's about it. In terms of criminalization, there's no criminalization. You can bring whatever bag you want to bring in with you. It's obvious, again, Groundhog Day, that it's hard to understand for some people why it was implemented in the first place. And so here we are debating it again. It was stated that the fee is a key to eliminating waste in the landfill. No, the fee is the key to ensuring that people switch to bags that are reusable, thus reducing waste in the landfill. Although the organization did seed some emails, there were plenty of emails that came that weren't part of that form, and even that form in its own way was acceptable. And so just essentially with everything Mr. Weddleton said, I would urge that you vote no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. Thank you to both Mr. Constant, Mr. Weddleton, and Ms. Kennedy for their statements. I agreed to sign on to this ordinance after hearing from Midtown retailers, small businesses, super small businesses who barely make it, but who make, in my opinion, Midtown really quirky and fun and great. And they're in the nooks and crannies of Midtown. And they were already providing paper bags prior to the plastic bag ordinance. And they took a lot of flack for having to suddenly charge for their paper bags. And they didn't feel like they were heard the first time around. I honestly wasn't here for part of that. So I wanted to bring that concern forward. They're afraid as they're trying to get back on their feet now, as they've been allowed to reopen, having to shift the fee, not do it at first and then do it later. They'll have to go through this again. And it was a big was a big deal to them. So I wanted to make sure they got a voice before this body about that concern. So I just wanted to make sure I took the time to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yeah, I can't remember when it was, maybe a year ago, we had a person come and present to us about the fee and how it worked. And it was very clear that the main motivator to using reusable bags is having a fee charged. It's not a discount, it's not anything else, it's having a fee charged. So to me, this ordinance is just the same old thing we keep seeing. It's meant to undermine the rules we have in place now, and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
No.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
That item fails 8-3. We now have before us item 14N, ordinance number AO 2020-51, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.80, to add a section providing for automatic suspension of certain code provisions during a state of emergency, including the prohibition and requirements regarding plastic shopping bags. We do not have anyone additional to testify on this item. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item?
Yeah, I just speak a little bit.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Sure. This is, something we've been hearing a lot about, and we've spoken just in the prior item about the, fear of contamination from the bags. And that is, I don't know that there's any conclusive studies about the bags being a, nexus for getting any kind of virus, whether it's COVID or flu or whatever it might be. But there is real concern from, businesses that that's one nexus. And, in our businesses now, with it being allowed to open, we're told that if someone brings a return, because it was in their house and they touched it, we have to quarantine it for a period of time. And, it seems odd, but then wouldn't it be the same for the bag? So even though, the main goal is to stay healthy, wash your hands for 20 seconds, don't touch your face, stay home if you're sick, and now we had to wear a mask. Those are the key things, really. But, we have a whole list of things that are required of businesses that are, farther down on staying healthy. And this is one that I think is reasonable to add. And, as you just heard, I'm not a opponent of the bag ban at all. But I think in this regard, just out of sensitivity to people working the front line at grocery stores in particular, it's worthwhile to just say, if we have a health, emergency, that this should be automatically considered as one of the things that we would do, one of the actions we would take. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Weddleton, for bringing this up. I thought it was an interesting idea, and, I, like you, think it makes sense to have the rules we have in code suspended currently during the public health emergency, and I talked with Ms. Vogel about that before the mayor issued the EO that covered it. But my question is, does every public health emergency that's described here in your new section that would be added warrant suspension? And so, we can kind of we can try to set up all these things that we think should happen but I'm just not sure that they apply to each specific situation. So I'm a little nervous about adding that standard language. I don't know if you want to speak to that or, yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
I think that's correct, especially, I think with Mr. Constance's point earlier about how broad health emergency can be defined. But in this case, we say a health emergency due to contagious or infectious disease. And so that kind of narrows it down to that kind of thing.
I guess a follow-up, what if there were an infectious disease that had nothing to do with transfer of surfaces, right? I guess I'm just thinking that it might not apply in all situations. And I just don't want to overdo it if it doesn't make sense. So I'm still just sort of thinking through that.
All right, yeah, I see your point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
So I, similarly to Ms. Quinn-Davidson, have a similar concern. The language due to contagious or infectious disease is definitely a narrowing term. And I don't know if I want to push my luck tonight. I've been pretty on point. And I think that I don't really support this because this is a power of the mayor. The mayor didn't take much to make the determination. It was simply adding a couple of lines to an order. It was responsive to community concerns, not to the community concerns about this perception of fear of contamination, but in fact, outreach from the grocery stores saying they couldn't actually get paper bags because people were starting to shift their production from paper bags to toilet paper because you couldn't buy toilet paper. And Mr. Weddleton was very careful to speak to the fear of contamination, not contamination in fact. And I spent some time reviewing the CDC guidelines on grocery stores last night, and they're very comprehensive, and they don't go anywhere near this topic. And plastic bags, you would think, because of all of this fear of contamination that people are expressing, that would be something they would address. But in fact, on pages and pages and pages of guidelines on grocery stores and COVID, that isn't in there. It's notably absent. So I'm not passionate about not supporting this. I don't support it because I think, to the point Ms. Quinn-Davidson made, it can be overly broad or underly effective, and really this is something that if it's reasoned, then the administration's job is to apply reason to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Weddleton. The section or the statement that says otherwise, unless otherwise declared by the mayor, I'm a little bit confused by that. As I understand it, this code would make it so that if there is a public health emergency due to contagious or infectious disease, it would automatically be suspended unless otherwise declared by the mayor? Or could you explain that piece to me? Or does that mean the mayor could say it wouldn't be?
Well, I think the thought, Dean, help me out on that. And my thinking on that is if he's already covered it in his, in his rules or in other actions, then this wouldn't go into play. I had help from our attorney on that wording. Thank you.
Mr. Gates?
Sure, Mr. Walton, thank you. I helped draft this language. The intent here is that first, if there's a public health emergency due to a contagious infection or disease, the bag ban is automatically suspended. But that phrase, unless otherwise declared by the mayor, means, well, the mayor can change that automatic suspension, emergency order, or regulation. So it's not taking away power from the mayor to order by regulation something else regarding plastic bags or food stores or so forth, retail sellers. So it's just intended to not reduce the mayor's power. If I may add, if you recall, in this current emergency we have, the mayor had a regulation that suspended the plastic bag fee, the alternative bag fee, and then he revised it to also allow, or maybe I got that vice versa, allowed plastic bags, and then suspended the alternative bag fee. So he had two actions he did. This would just make that automatic, and this he decided to have some action to undo what this automatic suspension does. Does that say it any better?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Dean, did I hear you just say that the mayor could overrule this action by executive order?
Yes, in effect. I wouldn't say it that way, but that's what I mean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy? Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
No.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
This item fails 8-3. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
I
Constant?
know it's getting late, but before we dive into this long process, it might be wise just for each of us stretch for 2 or 3 minutes.
Sure, so I'm going to do a little bit of reading and then we can do that.
Thank you.
Yep. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. So the next item that we have is item 15A. Madam Vice Chair?
Move to combine the public hearing for items 15A and 15B.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Okay. Seeing none, that motion is approved. I'm going to read these into the record before I open the public testimony, before I take a break, and then we'll open the public testimony when we get back. So we now have before us items 15A and 15B, resolution number AR 2020-165, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Enlighten Alaska Greenery, LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M21551, doing business as Enlighten Alaska Greenery, LLC.
Waive reading.
Thank you. And we also have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2020-166, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Enlighten Extractions, LLC, a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M21552, doing business as Enlighten Extractions, LLC.
Waive reading.
Thank you. We'll go ahead, take 5 minutes, and then we'll get back to the public hearing on these items. And I'm actually.
Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, I will get there. I'm ready. They do not. Yeah. Well, you don't, if you said 11, oh, I guess you do. I mean, you've got 15. Yeah. Yeah. What? Let's do it.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Madam Vice Chair?
Move to extend the meeting until 11:30 so that we can accommodate all the public testimony we have for these items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, then we are extended to 11:30. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public testimony on 15A and 15B. Go down the list, starting with, and I guess, Madam Deputy Clerk, did Jana want to testify? Or is she on here just...
I believe she did, Mr. Chair.
Okay, cool. All right, so we'll start with Ms. Jana Weltzing.
Your call cannot be complete.
Dang it.
GCI.
On 15A and 15B. Go down the list, starting with, and I guess.
Ms. Weltzing, are you there?
Good evening, Chair Rivia. I am
Great.
here and available for questions.
Okay, I had you on the list for public testimony. Are you planning to testify?
Nope, I'm just here representing Alaska Greenery and Enlightened Extractions, and I'm just here for questions.
Okay, since I have you, do you know if Mr. Evan Levinton wants to testify, or is he just here to answer questions?
He is also here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are not there yet. We are in the public testimony part of the meeting, so if we have questions for you, we will call you back.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll be watching.
Thank you. Okay, so then we're going to go ahead and skip Evan as well and call him if we need to. So we'll go ahead then go with Mr. Michael Mullen.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Mullen. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. You are here with us at the meeting. We are on item 15A and 15B regarding the licenses for Enlightened Alaska Greenery and Enlightened Extractions. You have, if you want to speak on both items, you have up to 6 minutes to testify. Is that your intent to speak on both items?
Yes, mainly the second one.
Okay, go ahead. Welcome.
Sure. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be as quick as possible. It's almost 3 a.m. where I am. I strongly object to the application that we're talking about because it's predicated on using equipment that belongs to my company, and the applicant has no legal right to it. This matter is currently being litigated in the Superior Court in Anchorage. Trial was originally set for June, but excuse me, who knows now? I've been chasing this equipment for over a year now. My company financed the equipment for the previous tenant, and when the landlord illegally locked the tenant out, my equipment got caught in the middle. Ownership of the equipment is not in doubt. Not by the state of Alaska, not by the Superior Court of Alaska, not by Alaska Court Services, and certainly not by the applicant and the owner of the building. They know. To date, my company has a promissory note pledging the equipment as collateral, a UCC lien on the pledged equipment, a judgment against the previous tenant issued by the Superior Court in Anchorage, and a writ of execution to levy on the equipment issued by the Superior Court in Anchorage. Along with the Alaska Court Services and the Anchorage Police Department, I've been to the doors of the building, and the owners refuse to allow us in. Even though we have a writ of execution from the court, he won't open the door. The law states that in order for us to levy using the writ of execution that we have to actually see the equipment. This is why the owner is afraid to open the door, even for the police and the court services. This guy went as far as putting dumpsters in front of the doors so no one could get in. If they weren't doing anything wrong, why wouldn't they open the door? In order to force the owner to open the doors and allow us to levy on our own equipment, we have to have a writ of assistance. The court has said that this matter will be heard at the same time as the upcoming trial between the previous tenant and the owner of the building. Here's an example. If the previous tenant had a Mercedes sitting in the warehouse that was financed through Mercedes-Benz, when the doors were locked, do you think this applicant would be able to just keep that Mercedes, or would Mercedes come and get it? Of course they couldn't. I'd like to request that the Assembly table this application until after our trial in order to clarify the legal issues and protect our ownership and depreciation of the equipment. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. David Shoup.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. David Shoup. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. Thanks so much for staying up late with us. We are on public testimony for Enlighten Alaska Greenery and Enlighten Extractions. Are you planning on speaking on both items?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you have 6 minutes, and you can begin now. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Assembly. I've read the objection by Michael Mullen, and I have filed with the clerk, and I'm assuming it has been distributed to the members of the Assembly, a letter that's in response to his objection. His objection is totally unfounded. This matter regarding the property in South Anchorage has been litigated and is in the process of being litigated in the Superior Court for the State of Alaska in Anchorage. Mr. Mullen has stated in his objection that there is a writ that has been issued by the Superior Court in order to seize property that's still in the building. That's totally a fallacious argument. His company, which is called Pixel Arcanum, filed a lawsuit seeking that writ. The Superior Court, in this case it's Judge Danny Crosby, denied the request for the writ. So there is no writ. Judge Thomas Matthews, who is presiding over the Superior Court case involving the lawsuit between Turnian and Egamo Properties, has already ruled, and it's in the letter that I sent to members of the Assembly, that Egamo Properties had every right to seize the property that is the subject of Mr. Mullen's objection, because in the lease, they were $165,000 behind in the rent, and the judge in that case, in the case that we're still litigating, has held that that seizure of that property was totally valid because it was set out in the lease. Mr. Mullen has a claim that he has what he calls the UCC lien against the property. And in fact, he doesn't have that at all. UCC stands for Uniform Commercial Code. Mr. Mullen filed what's called a UCC-1 financing statement, but it was after the property was already seized. This is equipment that is in the building. And so that whole line of argument that Mr. Mullen is putting forth is just false. They don't have any right to that property, and the Superior Court has already ruled against them on that issue. So Mr. Mullen has claimed there's a UCC-1 that he has, there's a writ, and there's a judgment. He actually has none of those things. And I'm happy to supply the court orders that show that to members of the Assembly if that's necessary.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we have Major John Brackenbury.
Hi, you have reached the cell phone for Major John Brackenbury. I'm sorry, but
It is getting pretty late there. All right, so next we have Major Paul Chenard.
Hello.
Hi, Major Chenard. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. You are here with us on public testimony for Enlighten Alaska Greenery and Enlighten Extractions. Would you like to speak on both of these items?
I think the comments I would have would apply to both.
Okay.
I won't need 6 minutes though.
Got it. Well, I will go ahead and put the timer on for 6 minutes, and you can start now. Welcome.
Okay, well, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a minister with the Salvation Army, and the Salvation Army has served people of Alaska by operating an adult rehabilitation program at 660 East 48th Avenue for about 38 years. I personally have been a minister with the Salvation Army for 24 years, and about 3.5 years ago, my wife and I had the opportunity to be the administrators at this facility that's just up the road from where Enlighten Alaska Greenery wants to put their business. So we have experience in Anchorage, and this is in the drug rehabilitation program. And there's some unfortunate facts, though. One of it is that Alaska, unfortunately, has one of the highest percentages of adult drug use among the 50 states. And also in Alaska, overdose deaths have more than tripled over the last 15 years. So there is a big drug addiction issue in Alaska. I think in general it's a good idea to keep matches away from people who like to play with matches and start fires. We keep matches away from them for their own good. It's also a good idea to provide life jackets to people that are poor swimmers, again for their own good. And in this case, I think it's a good idea to keep marijuana away from people struggling with drug addiction for, again, their own good. I like for people that are listening to picture in their mind a football field. A football field has two goal posts. And if you were in the middle, they'd be 150 feet to your left and 150 feet to your right. They're only 300 feet apart. That's the distance between the two goal posts. The Salvation Army building is only 345 feet. It's only 45 feet more away from the proposed marijuana location. That's very, very close. And my thinking is that it's just too close, and it will be a hindrance to the program that we operate where we help men and women overcome drug addiction. And my thought is that Enlighten Alaska Greenery can find a better location that's better fit for all people that are concerned. So I ask that the Assembly, in this case, help us out and offer a little lifeline to people that are struggling with drug abuse in Anchorage, and to vote no to this special land use permit, and thereby help us, the Salvation Army, and the people of Alaska, with our drug rehabilitation program at this particular location. Again, where they propose to open is only 345 feet away. It's on the same side of the street, and our men and women would be walking back and forth in front of that building often, and I just know from my experience that this would be bad for the rehabilitation program. Thank you.
Thank you, Major. I do have a question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
Okay.
Well, I thank you for your testimony. So you say it's 345 feet away. How did you measure that?
Well, I had measured it before when this issue had come up 3 or 4 years ago previously. And then today, to reconfirm, I used Google Maps from the corner of our building to the corner of their building.
All right, thank you.
I knew it was less than the 500, which is mentioned in the ordinances. So I double-checked today, and it was 345 approximately.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Miss Anna Pre-Woods.
Good evening.
Hi, Ms. Woods. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for Enlighten Alaska Greenery and Enlighten Extractions. Thanks for staying up late with us. Are you going to be speaking on both items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I will put the timer on for 6 minutes. You can start now. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. And I thank you all for taking my testimony. My name is Anna Woods, and I am the chair of the Anchorage Advisory Board for the Salvation Army. I'm very much opposed to this growing facility being permitted in this location. As you know, we have the Adult Rehabilitation Center that Major Chenard just spoke about, less than 500 feet from where this growing facility would be. At the present time, we're addressing and correcting damage to the building from the November 2019 earthquake. When this is complete, the plans are utilizing the building as a much-needed treatment center, and that's its original and intended purpose. And I would like to reiterate the distance of that building to the marijuana facility to the Adult Rehabilitation Center. It is less than 500 feet, which I understand is not in compliance with municipal code, which is said to be 500 feet. I have a concern, too, in looking through the documents that have been presented, and it appears that this has already gone through some planning phases, and I'm wondering why there wasn't public testimony. We've been waiting for this opportunity, and it almost seems like this has gotten way further down the road than we thought, because there hasn't been public testimony. And I'd like to, in addition to getting that question answered, fill you in on what this facility really means to us, the Adult Rehabilitation Center. Our building is zoned as a dual diagnosis mental health facility. That is a status of operation that we could not easily attain somewhere else, even if we desired to move our treatment operation. That would be met with much resistance from prospective neighborhoods and business establishments. We've had this special zoning for many years, decades, that I personally have knowledge of. there's a shortage of facilities prepared to address the drug and alcohol problems in Anchorage. And many of you know the Salvation Army has had an extremely successful record of success in this area. We're in the business of, treating people with dignity and respect and helping them without judgment. And having this facility so close by is very unfair to individuals that have enough courage to change their behavior, address their addiction and their mental health issues, and to have this steps away from something like a marijuana growing facility. Not to mention the ARC facility was there first. And I know there are many in the community that object to this marijuana facility going in there. We've worked too hard to try and get this adult rehabilitation center back up in working order. And the need has been great, as we all know, in this community. So that's my testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I'd also like to know if this was supposed to have some public hearing before it got through the initial planning phase.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, so we just got a notification that Major John Brackenbury is now available. Could we try him again, please? Yeah, it's in there.
This is Major Brackenbury.
Hi, Major Brackenbury. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. You are here with the Assembly on public testimony for Enlighten Alaska Greenery and Enlighten Extractions. Thanks for staying up late with us. Would you like to testify on both items?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will set the timer for 6 minutes. You can start now. Welcome.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Good evening to the members of Assembly. I appreciate this opportunity to be able to speak before you. Up until 18 months ago, the Salvation Army had been running its residential drug and alcohol rehabilitation center at our facility at 660 East 48th Avenue for about 38 years, which is about 500 feet from our front door to where the Enlightened Alaskan Greenery would like to implement their marijuana cultivation facility. Currently, the Salvation Army's property is being used as a donation processing center while we continue to work on repairing the building from the earthquake that had occurred in November of 2019. However, the Salvation Army intends to return this facility back into a residential drug and alcohol treatment program in the very near future. That being said, the Salvation Army does not support the implementation of a marijuana cultivation facility so close to our premises, where we plan to have clients who are battling addiction. The normalization of marijuana in our state is disturbing to the Salvation Army, as we have seen firsthand what this drug has done to the children of parents who are struggling with addiction, or the brothers, sisters, and parents who have lost connection with their loved ones due to the illness of addiction. Although the Salvation Army does not support drug use of any kind, we do understand that marijuana is legal in Alaska. But we are very concerned that the strong odors that come from harvesting marijuana will affect the recovery efforts of our residential clients. Unless this facility has filtration systems in place that ensures the building remains completely odorless while being used as a cultivation facility, this business can be a major hindrance to the recovery of thousands of Alaskans whose bedroom windows will literally be 260 feet away from the building. While in recovery, clients learn about triggers and how to overcome them. You can imagine, I'm sure, how difficult it would be for someone who is trying to overcome addiction to drugs to do so while they have the daily reminder of marijuana wafting through the air. The smell itself would be a daily reminder of the difficulties our clients have gone through in addition to not wanting to relapse. The state is normalizing something that has obviously caused a lot of destruction to the lives of individuals and families in Alaska. The number of individuals who come through our doors and who are on the waiting list for receiving rehabilitation services from our program is a testimony to that statement. Although the current hearing is regarding a cultivation facility at this location, we feel that it's hard to say whether it will stay this way. Will this decision give leeway to opening a dispensary at this location in the future? Noted in an article in the Californian, a marijuana industry magazine, many neighborhoods which have had cultivation facilities are bogged down with issues related to the odor. A quote from the article reads, "Residents claim the stench of weed disrupts their quality of life, lowers their property values, and causes problems for people with respiratory issues such as asthma. Is this something that the Salvation Army and surrounding businesses will have to deal with if Enlighten's marijuana cultivation facility is in our neighborhood?" I would like to end by saying that Alaskans who are battling addiction come to the Salvation Army to learn how to live drug-free and to return to being contributing members of society. I hope you understand the critical need for rehabilitation services like the Salvation Army's Clitheroe Center in Alaska and the importance of why these individuals who have been plagued by addiction get the chance to recover without another obstacle hindering the goal of betterment for themselves and their community. The Salvation Army does not support issuing a special use permit for a marijuana cultivation facility less than 500 feet away from the Salvation Army property, which we intend to use as an addiction treatment facility. I thank you for your time and would just encourage you to vote against this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lieutenant Amelia Jones.
Hello?
Hi, Lieutenant Jones. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for Enlighten Alaska Greenery and Enlighten Extractions. Would you like to, thanks for sticking with us so late in the night. Would you like to testify on both of these items?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so I will set the timer for 6 minutes. You may start now. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. I am speaking to oppose issuing a special use permit for the marijuana cultivation facility. I am the Anchorage Social Services Director for the Salvation Army, and so I work day in and day out with people trying to beat their addiction. And a part of our mission is to make sure that we create a safe and successful environment for our individuals in treatment, and we feel that if the marijuana cultivation facility enters into that neighborhood, that it would be a huge hindrance to treatment. First, as we've spoken about with other people testifying, is that there are triggers, the smell, and just also a reminder of their past can be a distraction for them. So when someone is really new to recovery, there's a lot of things that could derail their recovery. And so we want to do the best that we can to prevent that from happening. And so that is why I'm calling in to oppose the marijuana cultivation facility moving in. I think that we can all agree that Anchorage is better when people are beating their addictions and able to be a part of society in a positive way, and that's what we want to do. And so that's why tonight I have called in to oppose the cultivation facility. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Fiona Johnson.
Hey, it's Sienna. Sorry I'm not available. Must be on yet.
Okay. Next, we have former Lieutenant Governor Lauren Lehman.
Lehman.
Hi, Mr. Lehman. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for Enlighten Alaska Greenery and Enlighten Extractions. Thanks for staying up late with us. Would you like to testify on both items?
I would.
Okay, great. I have 6 minutes on the timer for you. You may start now. Welcome.
Okay. Well, Chairman Rivera and members of the Assembly, briefly an introduction, even though I know many, maybe all of you. I've served more than 12 years on the Salvation Army Advisory Board, chairing it for several of those years, and chairing its property committee for 11 years. I also serve on the Public Safety Advisory Commission for the Municipality of Anchorage, and have done so for 9 years. And I was a legislator and lieutenant governor for 18 years before that, during which time I sponsored legislation clarifying that implementation of medical marijuana legalization at the request of the municipality of Anchorage and the Alaska State Troopers. So I've had some experience in this area. I'm opposed to Assembly approval of the resolution for a marijuana license and special land use permit at 524 East 48th Avenue. And my main reason for opposing this is the proximity of the site to the Salvation Army's treatment center at 660 East 48th Avenue. And you've heard from others about how far apart it is, so I won't go into that in detail. But I'll say this. As I drive around our community and see people hanging out and panhandling on street corners, I observe homeless camps, I visit facilities and sometimes volunteer my time to serve in them, to serve those who are homeless and support those who are recovering from alcohol and drug addictions, I'm moved with compassion. And it's organizations like the Salvation Army that offer hope to struggling people. And if you'd like to really get touched and by what is happening, I invite you to come to a sobriety celebration sometime and hear the stories from people who are living fulfilled lives who formerly weren't. And citing a marijuana cultivation facility this close is a poke in the eye to the Salvation Army and its clients. And I served in elected office long enough to understand language in the resolution that says the application generally meets AMC 1080. Well, that means that it doesn't. In that case, Assembly approval should be based on a compelling governmental interest. And I don't see that here. Other locations that will not conflict with an established neighborhood surely must be available somewhere in Anchorage. And then finally, during my nearly 9 years on the Public Safety Advisory Commission, I have had the opportunity to interact with many fine men and women serving on the Anchorage Police Department. And I agree with their conclusion expressed by many times by many different managers over several administrations. They say this: nothing good will come out of marijuana legalization in Alaska. And what you will be creating here, if you approve the application at this location, demonstrates that. Please vote no.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Captain Denise Delgado.
Hello?
Hi, Captain Delgado. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for Enlighten Alaska Greenery and Enlighten Extractions. Thanks for staying up late with us. Would you like to speak on both items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will set the timer for 6 minutes. You may start now. Welcome.
Thank you all for allowing me to give my testimony tonight. I, along with Lieutenant Jones, oversee the Anchorage Social Services here in town, but I won't be speaking about that specifically. I myself, just this past October, celebrated 12 years of sobriety. during my first 3 months to a year, just to understand what my triggers were, understand what to do when I came in contact with those things that triggered me and my addiction, would have been a huge hindrance and a stumbling block. I know that the men and women that we continue to serve, this will also set them up for failure. There is no way, if I was faced with my addiction every single day, or even to smell it, while I was in treatment, I wouldn't have left, or I wouldn't have went and relapsed. It's programs like this in areas that are specific to this program will better help set up our men and women for success. It's these things that we learn during our first 3 months to a year that help us to become stable citizens back into our communities. These men and women, I'm your neighbor. If somebody would have seen me 12 years ago, I was a totally different person. I now get to give back in the capacity I am in to tell men and women how I came out of addiction, but even bigger than that, as a generational child of addiction, to tell them how my parents combated it as well. I strongly encourage and urge you to vote no with allowing this facility to go in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Michael James.
Mike James.
Hi, Mr. James. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for Enlighten Alaska Greenery and Enlighten Extractions. Thanks for staying up late with us. Would you like to testify on both items?
Yes, I would, please.
Okay, great. So I have 6 minutes on the timer. You may start now. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Michael James. I'm calling in to oppose both of these actions on these permits. Primarily, I believe is there's a distance from the cannabis license that we have. It doesn't appear to be far enough away. As you look at the what you have here under code, you need to be 500 feet away from a main door entrance to another main door entrance. There's a main door entrance on the western one. There's an eastern one and a western one. And there's a store on the western side of this building which is shown at 365 feet away. And I don't think that's been given consideration here. I think primarily we need to stop and take a look at this to see that all the due diligence has been taken that needs to be completed. Ms. Priest had mentioned earlier in her calling in, just saying, having a drug treatment center like this, it's not, within the zone, it's not easy to do. Most people don't want this in their backyard. And it's not easy for us to ever have to relocate if we needed to. Having a cultivation facility next door is going to be a problem for the clients that come here. Another thing I have is enforcement. We go through, and my wife and I have been downtown. We've called into the state of Alaska, getting an AMCO, because you smell an odor racing through the air, and you look where the doors open to an existing warehouse cultivation facility. You try to enforce the AMCO, leave a message, but you never hear back. As a resident of the city, we can't even stop drinking on the streets in Midtown. When is going to be reporting the issues that are going to be taken seriously down the road here? And then lastly, the number of licenses. I can appreciate as an industry that's renovated, and repurposed many older buildings with a municipality that have become derelict. But I'd like to know, what's the number of permitted facilities that the municipality of Anchorage is going to have? Similarly, to builders license dispensaries for dispensary licenses and package store licenses, there's a fixed number applicable to a city. But the state's not going to do it. When the city does stop and say, we have enough marijuana licenses going on, whether it's cultivation, dispensary, testing, whatever. That's what I'd like to ask for, but I would like to and appreciate you voting no, but I want you to please consider that maybe on the due diligence, nobody is looking at the western main door of this building. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Just want to confirm that is the last. Okay, so we don't have anyone else to testify on this item. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public testimony. So we're going to be back on item 15A. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant. Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair, should we move the amendment?
That is right. We do have amendments for this, don't we? Before we get into the amendments, let's go ahead and do a motion to extend the meeting to midnight, please.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, then we're going until midnight. Okay, so amendment number 1. Why is my name on it? Okay.
Amendment number 1.
Yes. This is submitted by myself, Mr. Weddleton, and Ms. Kennedy at the request of the Planning Department. Do we have a motion?
Move it. Weddleton moves Amendment 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do we want the department to speak to this, or are you prepared to, Mr. Weddleton?
I can speak briefly. In the application, it did not discuss that they plan on developing in 3 phases. And by including this, it just recognizes that fact, and they won't have to come back to us for these modifications.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to address a couple of the things that we've heard through testimony. Apparently, there are some legal questions circling around personal.
Just to clarify, is this in relation to the amendment?
I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Padilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have amendment number 2 by Chair Rivera and members Weddleton and Kennedy. Do we have a motion?
Move Amendment number 2.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to discuss this one, Mr. Weddleton?
This is similar to the first one. It ties in, and it gives the planning director the ability to, we delegate to her, essentially, the
okay.
As they go phase by phase and working with AMCO on it.
Got it. Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any opposition to the amendment? Seeing none, then that amendment is approved. I don't see any further amendments. We are now at discussion of the main motion. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. So we heard some information and had testimony from 2 parties to a legal action that appears to be moving its way through the courts. I would offer to anyone on the body who's concerned about that question that I don't believe that we license personal property in any way. And so those questions are a matter for the courts to resolve between the parties, not a question for the license before us or the special land use permit that is related to this property. And so I would just caution us not to be investing in that rabbit hole, if you will, because more qualified people will answer those questions when the time is right and it's before them properly. The question of scent is always a question that we have with these operations. Some are more successful than others at mitigating. The land use requirements are met. We previously licensed this operation, so this is one more rhyme in the tune of Groundhog Day. Here we are again. And to the question of being near but not quite within the protected land use zone of the treatment center, this is a reality. The market exists. There's no front door access to this business for any kind of members of the public. And so while the temptation may exist, the temptation exists in 7 or 8 places on Spenard Road, all over King Street, downtown. And so it's not a rational argument to say don't allow this because it's outside of the protected land use. And so I just would recommend that we once again license this facility and let it become a vital and tax-paying entity in our municipality. And one last thing, I don't have any conflicts to disclose, but it might be worth noting that I have had conversations, not in the last year, but with the previous licensee, Mr. Mullen, with the property owner, Mr. Agamo, and with the business owner that is making this license. But I haven't had any conversations about this item with any of them.
Thank you. So I failed to do ask for disclosures, and it appears that we do have a few on this item. So, Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was contacted by a constituent with regard to this item today on the telephone, and quickly informed him after he got out his initial complaints, which he later emailed via testimony to the testimony email anyway, about the quasi-judicial nature, and made him aware of the testimony email. Thanks.
Thank you. It is my ruling that you do not have a conflict.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Same thing as Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. My ruling is that you do not have a conflict.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And Mr. Weddleton?
I worked with Dave Shoup. He's done attorney work for me recently, but we have no connection on this item.
Thank you. It is my ruling that you do not have a conflict. Any other disclosures? Okay. So going back in the queue to Mr. Weddleton.
I am very sympathetic to the Salvation Army. They have a very tough job, and I think anyone who makes a decision to, recover from alcoholism or drug addiction is an absolute hero. I mean, it's got to be the hardest thing to do, and if they can pull that off, it's amazing. And I think they described this as a poke in, or was described as a poke in their eye to have this near them, and I believe it is. But I also think it does meet the requirements, and I also do think that if they can be like most cultivations and have their odor under control, they're almost invisible because they're not open to the public. They don't sell marijuana to the public out of the facility. But that's the key, is their odor, there isn't. And I do want to get some clarification. If is Mr. Schutte there? I did a quick email, but if you could just clarify, we have some varying measurements of distance here, and the legal one is somewhat different than what was described by a couple of the speakers.
Sure. Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic Community Development. Mr. Assembly Member Weddleton, so I didn't hear the exact measurement that the caller cited, but I can tell you that the code requirements for separation distances in 2105, 2105 have two separate measurements that have to be reported in the staff packet. And I think Dean and I were just now emailing that it appears one of the separation distances was not reported in the packet. So the first one is the 200-foot separation distance lot line to lot line between the protected use and the proposed license. And then the second one is the 500-foot separation distance by shortest practical pedestrian route. I believe the staff packet only reported the second number, which was the shortest practical pedestrian route, and it measured out at 565 feet from the Salvation Army habilitative facility to the front door of Enlightened. But utilizing the handy ArcGIS map for marijuana licenses that you can find on the municipal website, the ArcGIS line measurement of lot line to lot line is 232 feet. So it does exceed that 200-foot separation distance that's required by code. I don't know why it's not reported in the staff packet, but that was one of the questions that Assembly Counsel Dean Gates had asked. So those are the numbers in the, one of those numbers is in the staff packet. The other number is freshly measured.
Can I clarify briefly?
Sure, go ahead.
I just for the people from Salvation Army who called, the measurement is main public entrance to main public entrance. So that's very different from the building to building or lot line to lot line that I think some of the measures that they had used that's what they measured. So it's a longer distance going main door to main door.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of complicated things I think about this, and for me, there's a significant difference on the understanding of the legal proceedings regarding this property and the equipment side, and I'm not sure how we actually reconcile that. I'm also very concerned about the idea that it's as close as it is to the Salvation Army and the kinds of efforts that they're doing there in that facility. And, one of the things that I think is absolutely right that former Lieutenant Governor Lauren Lehman brought up is that it really is up to us to make the nuances, I guess, out of these final decisions, because we might say that, well, it's generally acceptable for this. But then it comes down to, so what is it really good for the community? And, we get these heartfelt pleas from people all the time, and we tend to go, wow, I really feel for those people. But since I've been on the Assembly, have never had anything voted down because they thought it really wasn't good for the community. And really, for the most part, those heartfelt pleas just fall on deaf ears. And that's really concerning to me. It's just interesting that we can say, well, yeah, these people are really sincere about how they feel about this, but the benefit of collecting money and having more taxes just basically supersedes the idea of trying to have a sense of, is this really something that is good for the community or good in this particular location? And, even though we have the testimony that we did, we had a couple of other letters that basically said the same thing, that, this just wasn't right for this community. So there's just so many problematic things with this, and this just does not seem like the right thing for this time, and I'm going to vote against this. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I just would have backed up Mr. Schutte. I looked up case number 2018-0071, which I happen to have in my records here, and the separation distances were over 200 feet for that minimum, so in the previous file that we approved.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So this item and the next one, especially as these are in Midtown and in a particular area that I think might be seeing some significant changes over the next few years, I really would prefer more time to formulate my thoughts and opinion on this, considering what we've heard and questions that I would like to ask the applicant. And it's 11:36. And we have people who might be waiting to testify on item 15C. So one question before I ask the body to do something. Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Weddleton, did these two licenses go through CEDC? And what was the outcome of that discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Yes, it did go through CEDC, and the committee did recommend to move it forward with the recommendation to approve it to the Assembly. We recognize that there were a couple of things that needed to be amended, which you saw those amendments already. But that's probably as much as information as I can give you. At the time, we did not have any of the information on the background between this, the legal battle over the property and the contents of it. So we didn't have any conversation on that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Did you want to add anything, Mr. Weddleton?
No, that's accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate that this went through committee. I would still prefer time to review and ask the applicant some questions. So I would hope that my colleagues, since this isn't time sensitive, we could do that and postpone this to a future meeting, perhaps the June 2nd one, Otherwise, I just don't feel confident at this point in approving this license without having more time.
Move to postpone till June 2nd.
Second. This is President.
And do we have to do them separately? So this is,
Yeah, we're on item 15A right now. So moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant, did you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, just that it isn't that there's no cost or no harm done to the proceeding, to delaying the proceeding, that we are actually costing people opportunity and expenses. And so I believe that it's fine if we need to have another process, I guess, on this, even though it's been through every process we would normally require any licensee to go through. They've met all of the requirements, and so we're just costing them money, I guess, and that's convenient to do, I guess, in the spirit of answering this question again 2 years later. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
yes.
Okay, we now have, so that item will be back before us on June 2nd. We now have item 15B before us. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone till June 2nd.
Second. President.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant?
For the purposes of a complete record, I just would entertain the same message that our effort to delay this so that members can have a more complete picture, it just does cost people in money and time, and that this applicant has been through every process we've run him through, so we'll add another hoop, and yeah, I will be a no vote, but it doesn't matter. That's the body has spoken.
Thank you. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just suggest that you might want to pass the two amendments for this item, just like you did for 15A, before you postpone.
Good call. Weddleton, move amendment number 1.
Second.
I think we have a motion on the table.
Okay. So, Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Perez-Verdia, do you agree to withdraw the motion to postpone?
Yes. Thank you, Chris.
And Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Okay. So now we have the main motion back before us. So we have amendment number 1.
Do we need to motion to approve before we amend it?
Yeah, we don't have that motion. So can we do that?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Thanks. Good catch. So we have amendment number 1.
Weddleton moves amendment number 1.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Do you want to explain this one, Mr. Weddleton? I think it's
Very similar to the first one. The applicant expects to expand in 3 phases, and this just recognizes that so that they don't have to come back again for each phase.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Any opposition to the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment is passed. We're now at amendment number 2.
Weddleton moves amendment 2.
Second. President.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to it?
We delegate to the planning director the ability to approve the different phases.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Any opposition to the amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is approved. We now have the main motion.
Move to postpone to June 2.
And Mr. Perez-Verdia?
They did.
Do you want to second that?
Jason's outside.
Sure.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, any opposition to the motion to postpone?
Yes.
Okay, let's do a vote. Sure.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia,
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton,
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. That motion passes 7-3. Okay, we now have before us item 15C. Resolution number AR 2020-167, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Catalyst Retail LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M23821, doing business as Catalyst Cannabis Company. We have some folks to testify on this one. First, we have, and I assume this is two different people at the same line, Ryfin and Paul Stahl. What happens this late? Hi, is this, and apologies for mispronouncing, is this Ryfin and Paul Stahl?
This is Paul.
Okay, will you be the only one testifying?
Yes, the fact that my wife and I are here together.
Okay, so we have before us item 15C, which is the Catalyst retail license. You have 3 minutes, and you can speak now. Welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Good morning. I own property at 272 Grand Larry, about a block away from the target property at 317 Muldoon. That's a residential neighborhood. There's lots of pedestrian traffic, juvenile school kids on foot, bicycles in the neighborhood. It's the wrong neighborhood for the retail outlet for marijuana. So please vote no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Brad Whitworth.
Remember, you must nod.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic...
All right, sorry we missed you, Mr. Whitworth. And then just as an FYI, we do have Mr. Jason Brandeis, who is available, or Mr. William Schneider. Both are available to speak if we have questions. I don't think we have anyone else to testify. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Weddleton.
Yes, Mr. Weddleton.
The Community Economic Development Committee did review this and recommended approval.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Don't do it. Oh, wait.
Yep. Recommended approval. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you. So it's interesting, Mr. Peterson and I have been representing this area him for 5 years and me for 4 years now. And this is the first retail marijuana establishment that's come into Northeast Anchorage, which is the most populous part of the city. We have almost 60,000 people in our district. This one community council has something like 30,000 people in it. And this is the first retail marijuana establishment. It's pretty remarkable, actually, that it took this long. And to their credit, this petitioner has been going to the Northeast Community Council. They have received, I would say, a mixed reception. And I would just urge them again to continue to come back to the community council and work with them. They do not have a signed memorandum of understanding yet, but I hope that that can be done and be resolved. You know, they have met the legal requirements, and I know that there is some trepidation in the neighborhood, but I'm hopeful this will be a good operator. I know that they have demonstrated that they are a good operator in other parts of the city. So, but just for them, I know they're listening now, and I've expressed this to them before. Because they're the first in this very large area, a lot of people are going to be watching them. There's going to be a lot of eyes on them, and they need to be a model operator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. We now have item 15.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constant?
Quick point of order, question of process. Items 15E and F, they have a deadline to be heard by June the 2nd and, or June the 5th, really. There has been some issue relating to these two licenses. You can read the paper of record to kind of get a sense. And I am hoping, and I don't know the process by which these two items could be referred to the Community and Economic Development Committee that meets next week to ensure that they're heard there and a conversation could be had with the licensee in advance of the meeting, at which we will not have any opportunity for change. And so I don't know, Mr. Gates or Madam Chair or Madam Clerk, what the procedure is for a formal referral to a committee would be.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Is it so that's a motion that you can make? Yeah. So the clerk advises me that the appropriate motion is a motion to refer to and name the committee.
If I might take that up at this time, even though it's out of order, we're going to run out of time. So I would move that items.
Let me just do something really quick. So is there any objection to taking up items 15E and 15F before 15D? Okay, seeing none, then we're on item 15E. We do not have anyone to testify on this item. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would like to move for a referral of items 15E and F to the Community and Economic Development Committee that meets on the 24th.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Did you want to speak any more to it, Mr. Constant?
I don't want to put anything into the record without them in the room to be able to speak to their concerns, and so I think it's just the right thing for us to send it there and have a robust conversation.
Sorry, what date did you say, Mr. Constant?
I think you have a meeting scheduled for the 24th, right?
28th.
28th, I'm sorry. So then it would be a referral to that committee on the 28th, the next
And
meeting.
just to be clear, so it's a referral to that committee and then bringing it back to us on June 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any opposition to that? So referral of items 15E and 15F.
Mr. Chair, though, quickly, you said there's nobody in the queue for testimony on these items?
For both of them, yes.
Should we open and close the public hearings?
So you are the mover of this motion. If your intent is to close public hearing on these items, then we can do that. Otherwise, I think it would just remain open.
We can wait. It's fine. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So any opposition to referring these and then bringing them back on June 2nd, and we'll have a public hearing on June 2nd? Okay. Seeing no opposition then, that's what we'll do for items 15E and 15F. Thanks for being flexible, folks. So now we have item 15D, resolution number AR 2020-173, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for LBS LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M13614, doing business as LBS LLC.
Waive reading.
Thank you. We do not have anyone to testify on this item, but we do have the attorney and owner available if we have any questions. So I'll go ahead and close public testimony. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
I'm sorry. Community Economic, Mary Chair, sorry.
Mr. Weddleton, go ahead.
Right. Community Economic Development Committee did review this license and recommended approval.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
All right, that item passes 10-0. That completes our regular agenda. Thanks for hanging in there, folks. We are now at final audience participation. We have one individual, Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman. Okay. Hi, Mr. Haberman. We are at final audience participation. You have 3 minutes starting now. Welcome.
We're in a world health emergency. My concern is we seem to be moving out of it without taking care of the issue, particularly with the governor in his press conference today. At the same time when you had the Anchorage Assembly meeting, he's announcing more opening up on Friday. But what he fails to continue to do is he's going to provide what the rules are later on that evening, and that's for Friday. Another example is a lot of these openings that occur, our governor, one day announces these are the rules for opening up the next day. This is a pattern. Businesses try to open up, but then the end result is how do you open up if you don't know the rules? And when they find the rules, there's also a delay in opening up. There's a continued problem when you have a world health emergency. It's even more important to have a conversation with the people. And what's happening in this respect, both in Anchorage Valley and our governor, is less of a conversation with the people and more of a sidebar conversation without the people. And the end result is more tragedy. But I also would like to point out some scenario. Last week, I witnessed a scenario where at the city council meeting in Palmer, I was the only one wearing a mask. Present was the state commissioner of public safety, along with state troopers. I raised concern and continued everyone in that room did not wear masks. And the only one that put one on was the Radio Free Palmer. Wednesday, I walked into a cleaners, and 5 or 6 people last week came in with folded flags. They all didn't wear masks, and they were all on the force of Anchorage Police Department, including one of them I recognized as being the press person, communication person for APD. Where's the statement where our governor tells the people we need to deal with social distance and wearing face coverings as we get out of the scenario, and we can't even have the state commissioner of public safety to show that standard last week, and the Anchorage Police Department officials walking into businesses doing whatever and not showing the standards that the governor is asking. And even our mayor, even the Anchorage mayor is asking. So I'll leave you with this. I'm concerned we're not going to get out of the situation correctly. This is going to be with us for years to come. And it can't be back to what it was before. We need to recognize and respect each other and deal with it appropriately. And my time is up by my clock saying thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Unless I hear an objection, I'm going to go ahead and skip assembly comments and ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We're adjourned.
Dang it.